Dungeon Battle Royale. Since I became a Demon King, I will aim for world domination. Volume 5 by Gachasora. Translated by Infinite Novel Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 8. Chapter 177 Future Strategies. 1 week has passed since the unification of the prefectures north came to an end, just when the residents also started to finally settle down after being bewildered by all the new changes to their environment. What a pain, I sigh while looking down at the map spread out in front of me. My initial plan was working on the infrastructure while simultaneously proceeding with the invasions, but the only surviving Demon King in the Ishikawa prefecture besides me, who annexed one half of Kanazawa, headed north, and then unified the prefectures north, is Kaoru, the Demon King who captured Komatsu, then everything around it, and is now ruling over the prefectures south. Of course, some mob Demon Kings are left as well, but sooner or later they will fall by hands of the humans or Kaoru. The biggest obstacle in my conquest of the whole Ishikawa prefecture is Kaoru, but wedged between our domains are South Kanazawa and a part of Hokkaido, both in the hands of humans. The number of surviving humans amounts to roughly 300,000. The area under their rule has a size of roughly 200 square kilometers, with a pair of man and woman called Kanazawa's Saintess and Kanazawa's Sage playing the leading role. The humans have established an anti-Demon King organization. Seeing how the only method allowing Demon Kings to usurp human land is reign, it's easy to predict that the battles against the surviving humans will intensify over the course of time. I could also opt to fight against Demon King Kaoru first by invading one sector after the other, slowly chipping away at their power, but as reign has the condition to remove all hostile elements within a radius of 3 kilometers, the degree of difficulty will shoot up remarkably. Should I give up on fussing over the unification of the Ishikawa prefecture, and invade Toyama prefecture's Oibe instead? I trace Oibe on the map with a finger. Yep, that's not going to work. If I spread my domain towards Oibe, its shape will become distorted, which means the number of sectors adjoining enemy land will only increase. If I'm going to attack in this direction, I'd say Hime, which is facing Nanao and Nakanoto, would be the best option. However, in that case, it's likely that I'll draw the hate of Toyama's citizens. Currently, many of the parent organizations running the anti-Demon King alliances are local governments. Some of them are also run by enterprises, yakuza, schools, and religious organizations, but all of those parent organizations share a single, common trait: a strong attachment to their hometowns. You could also call it a turf thinking. It might be alright if I were to go for the domains within Toyama, but if I start enacting reign, it'd earn me strong hostility from not only the heroes of Kanazawa, but also those located in the Toyama prefecture. Assuming the worst-case scenario, I could face a joint invasion by the humans of Kanazawa and Toyama. Aiming at that opportunity, Kaoru would then invade Hokkaido and Kanazawa. That's a scenario I must avoid by all means. However, if I don't attack anyone, my growth will come to a halt. Alright, I'll slowly invade the domains in Hime with a focus on letting my main force accumulate experience points while I concentrate on infrastructure development until a good opportunity presents itself. I think it should be fine to go at it like this, I muttered to myself while simulating the course of action I came up with in my head. Section. There's a lot to do. First I'll wrap up domestic affairs and the risk-free invasions, I suppose. I've decided to reshuffle the invasion teams while discussing it with Yatro and Cannon, whom I had called over earlier. Here. I will write it down on the board, okay? In high spirits, Cannon floats in front of the whiteboard with a magic pen in hand. Write down what I tell you, okay? First up, defense. Cannon begins to write the word on the whiteboard while repeating it out loud. Yatro, Izoi, Subaru, Cannon, Yatro-san, and Izoi-san, and Subaru, and Kano. Mission. Are you going to take Boy off my hands? All of a sudden it turns into a verbal argument over the defense team, which should be pretty obvious. Cannon. Why yes. Do your best at earnestly raising your levels so that you can reach knowledge A. I got it. If not for Cannon, the knowledge B Cannon, I might not be where I'm right now. That's how much of a help canon has been to me. However, the time for knowledge B to be a big advantage has passed. For the sake of surviving as a winner, it's indispensable for canon to reach knowledge A. Yatoro. Is the defense going to become a problem if I pull out Satanta? That's not what I meant, but Sataboy's presence has a big impact on everyone working on defense. I will supply you with a replacement. You mean besides Canon Ju? Yatoro asks after accepting my decision while looking at Canon. Canon won't really be much of a replacement for Satanta, right? The replacement will be me. Who? That means I'm going to be dismissed as well? No, I'll leave the command of our defenses to you. For the time being, I have no plans to enact any reigns. Hence I think it'd be best for me to earn experience points as a defender in my domain while keeping an eye on internal affairs. I'm currently at level 19. It's necessary to aim for a rank in creation or alchemy at an early stage. As long as I get many chances to go out to the front during defense battles, it'll be more convenient to leave the defense command to Yatoro. That sure is an abrupt development of many drastic changes. Shin is going to found a country. I guess this is only one part of the reforms awaiting us. Canon flies around, obviously having lost her calm, whereas Yatoro has a good-natured smile as typical of old men. The next is I tell Canon what she has to write down next. Attackers, melee, 8. Rina, Kritetsu, Takaharu, Satanta, blue, red, rouge, gain. Attackers, ranged, 6. Sarah, Chloe, Dakel, Kura, Layla, Flora. Tanks, Hibiki, Iron, Abel, Noir. 18 Bloodkin forming the main force. Huh? Are you not going to add Katetsu Dono's pupils? Yatoro hurls at me as I'm gazing at the whiteboard while groaning. We might gather some if we recruit possible candidates, but first I'd like them to work in defense. I'll have them participate in combat under the motivation of protecting their families, friends and other residents. For the meantime we'll have them focus on the monsters invading us. At the same time, we will get them to familiarize themselves with cooperating with my created subordinates. Or do you have a better idea? After getting rid of their emotional distance from monsters, I'll let them join the invasion teams if there are any notable guys among them. I inform the two of my plans how to handle the humans who became my subordinates during the Battle of Suzu's City Hall. It's indispensable to be very careful how I'm treating humans. Although I can force them through orders, I can't bind down their hearts with that. If they had become my subordinates all alone because they had no other choice like Rina, it'd be possible to handle them a bit rougher. But, as they've become my subordinates alongside many of their own kind, it's necessary for them to slowly get accustomed to their new circumstances. Nowadays you can find humans, who became the subordinates of demon kings because of reigns or simple oaths of allegiance, all over the country. Of course, many humans are thrown at the front lines, tied down by strict orders, but in such cases, the demon kings in question are heavily persecuted as villains by human propaganda. Something like that would only create big disadvantages for any upcoming reigns. Ultimately it's important that it's commonly known that my residents participate in the fights voluntarily. With this being said, the only humans I can actively put to work are Rina and her grandfather. Be it as allies or foes. Humans sure are a bag full of troubles. Chapter 178 Reorganization of the teams. Not turning Katetsu-san's disciples into invasion team members means you've got 18 people at your disposal. Are you going to split them into teams of 6? Canon mutters while looking at the names of the bloodkin noted down on the whiteboard after she finishes writing. At present I have 3 teams, Rina's team, Chloe's team, and the former Demon King team. Since there had been many reigns during the second half of the prefecture's northern conquest, they've rarely worked in their usual team setups. I've put them to use in a somewhat half-assed state, but, now that things have calmed down, it's a great opportunity to reshuffle them. If I consider the present state, it'd be the conventional approach to split them into 3 teams of 6. As Canon says, but a 2-team or a 3-team formation, which do you think would be better? A lower number of teams will raise the power of the respective teams. However, More teams will broaden the options of deployment. Kanon and Yatro voice the merits of the two alternatives. So, which do you think would be better? Since Bloodkin, and especially the Bloodkin written down here, are precious assets, I think 2 teams would be best as it boosts their chances of survival. Let's see. Considering the current situation, there's no need to hurry with the domain's expansion, right? In such a case, I would think 2 teams are a good idea. Kanon and Yatro's replies align. You're right. I've also thought about putting them together into 2 teams. I show my approval of their opinion. Then, are you going to reorganize them into teams of 9 Bloodkin each? Kanon tilts her head while staring at the whiteboard. Thinking about it normally, you'd split 18 Bloodkin into 9 each when going with 2 teams, but I take an extensive look at all the names lined up on the board. Be it people, former demon kings, humans, or monsters, compatibility plays a role. For example, if I take Kotetsu's emotions into account, I should team him up with Rina. If I go by compatibility, Noir and Rouge are a set. Same can be said about Sarah and Kane. Chloe, Blue, and Kure should be together since they have fostered a strong team spirit over a long time. On the other hand, the compatibility between the former Demon Kings and the Bloodkin with a high degree of loyalty like Chloe or Layla couldn't be any worse. I stand up and get close to the whiteboard, beginning to add a drawing of the general relationships between the 18 Bloodkin. You've been watching them rather closely, haven't you? Yatro says in admiration while looking at the relation chart I've added to the whiteboard. In the end, I finish up by writing the team compositions down. Team A, Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Kane, Satanta, Abel, Hibiki. Team B, Chloe, Layla, Blue, Red, Noir, Rouge, Flora, Dakel, Kura, Iron. As a result of having taken their relations and roles into account, Team A fields 8 people, and Team B 10. Team B has more members, but I see. Still, Team A is the stronger one, isn't it? I think this is great. Yatro nods with a smile while Kanon agrees with her right hand in the air. Section. After having decided on the team setup, I call the 18 Bloodkin of the main force to me. With that said, please do your very best during the upcoming invasions with these teams. Starting from today, I inform the Bloodkin of the reorganized teams. Some fold their arms, some smile, some repeatedly shake their heads, and some silently stare at the whiteboard. Rina shows her surprise, eyes wide open. Well, no wonder. Compared to the previous team setup, it's only Rina who's joined a team with completely different members. What's wrong? Seeing his granddaughter's attitude, Kotetsu asks Rina. No. It's nothing. What? Rina-aki, you're talking casually with Shin-aki, and yet you go, like, all polite with your granddaddy? Sarah retorts at Rina, obviously teasing her. Rather, don't give me, your lord and master, some weird titles. Girly, don't call me girly. Rina, I totally get how you feel. Takaharu places a hand on Rina's shoulder, saying this with a serious look. As I sigh at Sarah, You hate it to be in the same team as that retarded elf. And you're right. That lass is noisy round the clock. Most of the stuff she's saying is Bible babble. Lastly, her attitude sucks as well. Rina widens her eyes staring into Takaharu's eyes, but as she listens to the insults gushing out of him, she becomes dumbfounded. Takuaki, you gotta be friggin' kidding. But you see, it might be unbelievable, but she never shoots her allies from behind. Her magic's power and precision ain't half bad either. Becoming anxious about entrusting you back to such a retarded elf. Like for real? Takuaki, you're impossible. Also, I'm no retarded elf, gotcha? Afterwards Takaharu and Sarah begin to bicker with each other as if they had planned to do so all along. Takaharu-san, Sarah-san, please calm down. You're in front of master, you know? If you're going to insult someone, I'm a shut it, you pants-only bunny. Takaharu and Sarah are in a magnificent harmony when dealing with Hibiki, who tried to mediate their arguing. Shut up. I forcibly shut up everyone to regain control of the situation. Rina, I understand what you want to say. Are you uneasy about being in a different team from Layla and your former team members? It's not uneasiness or anything like that. Just our teamwork. You're right. I've watched the exploits of all present here through my smartphone. The teamwork of your team and Chloe's team is something I have witnessed with my own eyes. You guys got to work a bit harder on that. Towards the end I turn my eyes at the group of the former Demon Kings, smiling bitterly. In that case, I predict that things will become much harsher down the road. Now that we unified the prefectures north, it's become necessary for us to aim for new heights. New heights, Team B, that will definitely accomplish the mission given to you through your unyielding loyalty towards me, and Team A, which will break through any difficult situation through individual power and flexible thinking. Both teams will be essential for any future expansions of my domain. You get the meaning of what I'm saying, don't you? Rena looks at me and nods silently. Are there any other questions? I scan the faces of my 18 bloodkin. Yes. Her again? Sarah has raised her hand with an innocent look. Who's going to be the team leader? The leader of Team A is Rena. You're fine with me doing that? I've decided based on your evaluation so far and your total experience points. If that's not enough to persuade you, you're also one of those working the longest under me. Okay, everyone, please take care of me. Rena bows to the members of Team A after being nominated by me. The leader of Team B is Chloe. Yes, Master. As you command. The reasons are the same as with Rena and Chloe. You're the oldest bloodkin after all. Any objections? Once Chloe bows respectfully, my other subordinates imitate her, bowing their heads deeply. Lastly, I'm going to tell you about the future tasks of Team A and B. I point at Himi, which is recorded on the map spread out in front of me. For the meantime, you'll proceed with the invasion of Himi's domains. However, your highest priority isn't the invasions, but getting experience points. Advance with the invasions while slowly annihilating our enemies. If you encounter humans inside a domain, make sure to slaughter them. The fact of us invading Himi will progress in absolute secrecy. The subordinates accompanying you will be no less than 4 living males, and no less than 2 subordinates capable of healing magic. You can decide on the rest by talking it over among yourself, with me informing them of the future course of action. The topic of invasions comes to a close at this point. Chapter 179, Preparations for the Foundation of a Nation 1. Now that my course of action in regards to invasions is decided, the domestic affairs are up next. At long last. A nation, huh? I've finished forming a rough image of it in my mind. However, I've got a mountain of things to do in order to make it come true. Although I hold the authority of absolute orders over my residents and subordinates, it's impossible to handle all of it myself. I'll need help. Usually I'd ask my conversation partner, Canon aka Google-chan, but Canon's priority is to make her knowledge reach A. The one I'd rely on next would be Yataro, but currently the number of sectors potentially under attack by enemies amounts to 34. Given that I've entrusted him with managing all of them, I can't add any more burdens. In that case, I'll need to find new personnel, huh? Having said that, I've often watched my subordinates do battle, but I don't know much about my residents' and subordinates' lives besides that. That's because I rely on my own resourcefulness to reach answers to resolve problems. Time is money. While I'm worrying here, my CP keeps recovering, and my enemies continue to grow by struggling through life and death situations. The solution is simple. If you don't know an answer to something, you've just got to ask someone else. Operating my smartphone, I begin interviewing my bloodkin, starting with Canon and Yataro. The results of all my interviews have narrowed the alternatives down to 2 potential candidates. Wait, narrowed down? Who's decided that it has to be only one person? Wouldn't it be fine to have both of them help me out? With that decided, I call 2 humans to my room. Excuse me, Tamura Massacre here. Sorry for intruding. The ones who have shown up in my room are a man in his 30s, who acts suspiciously coweringly, and a 60-years-old woman with an elegant aura about her. The man's name is Suzuki. He's become my second human bloodkin after Rena. Nowadays he's spending all his time on farming. It was Canon who recommended this man to me. Her reasoning was that he obtained the role of mediator between humans and monsters. Tamura Masako has become my resident during a reign in Noto. She was recommended by Kotetsu. Mrs. Tamura originally was the headmistress of an elementary school, and very popular among the locals. Before becoming my resident, she was known for belonging to the faction of moderates. I offer both of them the chairs I've had prepared in advance, and immediately get down to business. There's only one reason why I have called you two. Please lend me your help in the upcoming development of my domain. The domestic affairs. Me? Oh my? I wonder, is an old granny like me going to be of any use to Demon King Sama? Suzuki feels shaken by my words, whereas Mrs. Tamura smiles gently. First I'll tell you about my plans. I'll have the residents, the humans, who have become my subordinates, work. To be precise, they'll be assigned to farming, industrial work, construction, and battle. So you're saying, those who don't work don't get to eat, right? I'm volunteering for farming. Mrs. Tamura smoothly replies to me while Suzuki expresses his own wish in panic. To be honest here, farming, industrial manufacturing, and construction isn't for my sake, but your own. Ultimately, the goal is to set up a system capable of supporting those defending the domain, and those sallying out on invasions. Both carefully listen to my explanation. For the sake of realizing this, it's essential for the residents to do the jobs they're suited for. Accordingly, I'd like to ask you two to ask all residents about their wishes in regards to their future work field. Complying with the individual wishes instead of ordering them forcibly. Certainly, it's just as Yataro-sama has said. Shin-sama, you seem to be a demon king capable of taking others' needs in consideration. Please also explain to the residents that it's going to be work for the sake of securing their own food, housing, and other things needed to make their lives comfortable. Understood. Rogersu. Both obediently confirm my request. If it looks like you lack personnel, I'll dispatch my subordinates. Monsters. If it's work requiring dexterity, it'll be goblins, and if it's work needing strength, I'll send over ogres or orcs. Suzuki, I'm looking forward to you doing your best as a bridge between humans and monsters. Really, Sue? Am I asking too much of you? I'll order the monsters to not cause any harm, you know. And no worries, the goblins are good-natured folk if ye get used to them, Sue. The problem's going to be. Suzuki sends an awkward look in Mrs. Tamura's direction. You're right, there will be some reluctance. Have the humans get used to it, is the only thing I can actually tell you. And, Suzuki, support the whole process as much as you can. Okay. Rogersu. Both give me affirmative replies while looking uneasy. Do you have any questions or opinions at this point? Shin-sama, it might sound impertinent, but would it be okay for me to bring up 2 points? What's up? Mrs. Tamura looks at me, and says with an apologetic, but firm tone. First, will it be all residents under your rule that will be given work? That's the idea. We don't have the leeway to support those not working, nor do we have any obligation to do so. Does this also include children? How do you define children? I was 18 when I became a demon king. Comparing it with my perception during my time as a human, I was still underage. In other words, a child, the children below the age of 15. If we're talking about an age of 15, it'd be junior high school students, right? Yes, at that age they should be capable of helping with work. I think they can, but they're children. Mrs. Tamura retorts with power in her voice. Come to think of it, she was formerly the headmistress of an elementary school, wasn't she? What do you want from me then? Are you telling me to even build schools for them? Yes. Fortunately there are several former teachers among those who've become your residents. Assuming I'd go along with your request, what's my merit in this? Children who have received education will be useful to you in the future, Shin-sama. Also, children are treasures. If you cherish them, their parents will likely follow you loyally. The way you're saying this sounds as if they aren't loyal to me right now, you know? I flash an evil smile at Mrs. Tamura. That's not what I meant. The residents, who have entered under your protection, are grateful for their current lives. However, if they learn that their ruler is a demon king who cherishes children, it will make the residents become even more loyal to you. This domain will become our home in the truest meaning. It will boost the wish to defend it. And people will voluntarily try to improve their environment. Enough of this. I got it. I'll go along with your proposal. However, I'll have you change a part of the things taught during lessons. You will adopt training in farming, industrial manufacturing, and construction, as well as perform combat training. That's my condition. I've decided to found a nation. The residents will sooner or later become personnel to stabilize and secure the nation. I also like the part about an increased loyalty by the children's parents. I'm well aware that a child's productivity has its limits. Therefore I'll adopt Mrs. Tamura's request, approving the establishment of educational facilities. Chapter 180 Preparations for the Foundation of a Nation 2. The second point is, for example. It's just an example, but if the result of our interviewing were to yield some people denying any kind of work, how should we proceed with them? While carefully choosing her words, Mrs. Tamura asks me with a strained tone, completely different from the energetic one she used moments ago. Putting it in simpler words, you're asking about a good method to handle people unwilling to work, right? Why yes. Even if I can order residents as a whole, I can't give orders to individuals. Right now I've given my residents 3 orders. 1. They're forbidden to attack me. 2. They're forbidden to fight with those under my rule like they are. 3. They're forbidden to contact the outside without my explicit permission. I can also order them to comply with my orders, but if I do that, all residents will turn into yes-sayers like my created subordinates, losing the ability to act on their own volition. In short, it's impossible for me to forcibly order those unwilling to work. In that case, what would be the best way of action to deal with residents not complying with my intent? I have 2 choices on how to deal with them. First, disposing of them. Disposal is different from creation or alchemy, which I can use through my smartphone. It's about killing them personally or having my subordinates do it. Since they might revise their thinking, let's build a prison is an inadequate idea. Disposal, you say? It's simple. They'll be killed by me. That's all there is to it. Could I hear the other choice as well? It's exile. Unlike disposal, exile is something I can carry out through my smartphone. Its effect is exile means they'll be deprived of their position as my residents, and exiled outside my domain. I see. Shinsama, which of the 2 methods do you actually plan to use? Mrs. Tamura asks me timidly. Even if I kill a resident, someone under my rule, I won't get any experience points for them. In that case, the answer is exile, I'd say. Allow me to thank you for your kind consideration. Mrs. Tamura feels relieved after hearing my reply. I haven't told Mrs. Tamura, but the continuation after exile, I'd say is and then kill them outside my domain. If I exile someone once, they're clearly my enemy. Above all, it's very unlikely that my enemies would ever ignore the exiled people as they'll know information about my domain. My reply has been no lie, it just doesn't contain the full truth. After this, I have the 2 head out to interview the residents about their desired work. Section. Getting the information from roughly 110,000 residents. I also have the humans, who have been working on the fields with Suzuki, help with the interviewing as well. But it looks like it'll take some time. I decide to use my free time to gather information about the outside world. What the fuck? Special report governmental appointment. The 13 evil stars who are knocking Japan down into the abyss of dread. 13 evil stars, 13 demon kings who've been assigned as hazard rank S by the government. Japan's calamities, ruling over huge territories and still continuing to expand their realms at present. Any of the sectors ruled by the 13 evil stars has many flaws, and the monsters appearing in there are a menace with their high numbers and quality. Afterwards, one special feature article about the 13 evil stars has been published after the other. I'm also part of those 13 evil stars. The troublesome issue is the overflowing information about the demon kings of the 13 evil stars on the internet. Many threads, posts, and articles mention that I'm a vampire, and they're also exposing the configuration of my subordinates. Moreover, you'd expect that people wouldn't approach the 13 evil stars out of fear, but in reality there's a drive towards increasing the invasions into their domains. for the sake of inhibiting the 13 evil stars from expanding their territories any further. So that's the reason why many of the recent human invaders are equipped with silver items, huh? There's also several other news articles bothering me. First off, the specification for rain to succeed has been leaked to the humans. Endure for 3 hours without yielding your heart to the Demon King within the alert range. Furthermore, a Demon King can pinpoint the location of humans once the alert rings, and other precise information is mentioned. Moreover, lies hidden within the truths, propaganda by humans, have been inserted as well. The future of those submitting to a Demon King is a life as slave. The humans submitting to a Demon King through rain become slaves. They'll be forced to swear absolute obedience towards the Demon King. Some will be used as meat shields, others will become fodder for monsters, and yet others will be forced to toil away for eternity. That's what was written in those articles, while accompanied by what's probably photos of humans who went invading as torn rags are draped over their bodies, and even the photo of a human who's crying while being used as a shield for monsters has been added. And the finishing line of the article states, "You mustn't give in, no matter what." This is the worst. Rock's bottom. It will make rain, which is already difficult under normal circumstances, even more of a chore. Just by looking at the article, I'm at the end of my wits, so I guess you can call the propaganda a huge success. I guess it's essential to work out some countermeasures against this. In addition, an article states many different rewards sent to those who liberated domains. It seems you'll be awarded 300 million yen if you liberate a sector ruled by one of the 13 evil stars. Since the reward for liberating a normal domain amounts to 30 million yen, it's 10 times that. Won't they run out of funds if all my sectors are liberated? I end up wondering imprudently. Lastly, I decide to gather some information about what's going on inside Ishikawa Prefecture. There, Kanezawa Liberation Army, represented by Kanezawa's Saint and Kanezawa's Sage, is, contrary to its name, targeting the sectors in Hokuzen City ruled by Demon King Kaoru. There are 3 reasons why they're going for Kaoru's sectors instead of mine. 1. Kaoru has enacted rain in Hokuzen City. Looking at it from the defender's standpoint, Kaoru's threat level for the surviving humans within Ishikawa might be higher than mine. 2. Invading Kaoru's sectors has a higher survival rate. A simple reason. 3. The 2 representatives of the Kanezawa Liberation Army are very traumatized about me, the Demon King ruling over a part of Kanezawa. For me it'd be a blessing if both sides could fight each other until I organize the infrastructure of my domain. But there exist plenty of humans trying to make a quick buck by invading my sectors, or trying to regain Kanezawa City. While attentively watching the various trends, I guess I'll enact a rain in Kanezawa City when I see a good opportunity for it. As I scroll through online news articles, I continue gathering information. Chapter 181 Preparations for the Foundation of a Nation 3. 3 days after I asked Mrs. Tamura and Suzuki to get the necessary information, they reported the results of their survey to me. I've spent the past few days joining the defense every now and then when I had some time. Shinsama, please allow us to give you our report. Mrs. Tamura and Suzuki lower their eyes on the thick bundles of papers in their hands, and then bow. 51.142 people have applied for farming, 23.196 for industrial manufacturing, 18.914 for construction work, and 3.026 have volunteered to join the battles. We have counted those wishing to work on wood processing or decorative art towards industrial manufacturing. After noting down the numbers I heard from Mrs. Tamura, I compare it with the number of residents on my smartphone. The total number of residents amounts to 111.692. If I tally all numbers mentioned by her, it's 96.278 people. The numbers don't match, you know? Yes. After having received your permission, I've excluded the children. You're saying there's approximately 20.000 children? No. The number of children below 15 is 10.874. So there were more than 10.000 of them among my residents. That's quite a lot. Having said that, the numbers still don't match. Seemingly perceiving from my expression what I want to say, Mrs. Tamura continues. Furthermore, I'm well aware that it might have been impertinent of me, but I added work fields I considered as necessary based on the results of our survey. What kind of fields? 2.858 people will be in charge of preparing and cooking food for the monsters. No, your subordinates. 542 medical personnel. 582 will work at tree lumbering and ore mining, following the wishes of Akira-sama, your bloodkin. It was also Akira-sama's wish that those in charge of lumbering and mining would rather lend their knowledge than do the heavy work themselves. Likewise, 320 people are going to transport materials with trucks. And lastly, the number of those caring and educating the children amounts to 238 people. Mrs. Tamura smoothly and precisely lists all the additional jobs. 238 people in education, that's a lot, isn't it? Just one thing. Yes, what might it be? About the educators. Shinsama, please wait a moment. I will be present on site as the one in charge, while promising you that none of them will ever teach the children anything that would hurt your reputation. You also have my word that the children will be brought up as personnel that will help your country to expand in the future. It's said that children are a country's treasure. The development of education is directly related to the upbringing of the children. I got it. I got it. You win. As Mrs. Tamura quickly rattles down her arguments with a serious expression, I end up approving her request after gradually being overwhelmed by her passion. I'll accept the matter with the educators. However, I'll regularly examine what the children are taught. I think you are aware of it yourself, but if it's within my domain, it's impossible to keep secrets from me. In the unlikely event that someone were to teach the children something going counter my interests, they will be punished. You understand? I shall keep it in mind, Shinsama. Mrs. Tamura meekly agrees with my words, nodding. Afterwards I use domain creation to create the foundation of the internal administration while discussing things with Mrs. Tamura and Suzuki. As for the industrial manufacturing, I give them access to the mountain of machines we gathered without really knowing what they are for. Moreover, it's something I found out just recently, but many alchemizable items have been unlocked in correlation to the number of residents. Hydroelectric power plant and wind farm are also among those items. Because of this, the environment, where we had secretly leached wireless electricity so far, drastically improved. This change not only allowed for a dramatic advancement of the domain's infrastructure, but also indicated that it was possible to obtain power plant facilities located in areas ruled by humans through rain. One should rely on specialists for the best results. I don't really understand much about how to build houses or water pipes. However, many people experienced in constructing those things exist among my residents. It's the same with farming and industrial manufacturing. What I could alchemize or create with my smartphone, I provided to the residents upon request. For the rest I simply ordered my bloodkin to collect it outside my domain. With that day as a turning point, subordinates and residents, monsters and humans worked hand in hand, resulting in a rapid development of my nation. Section 1 week after we began improving the infrastructure within my domain. Right now I'm visiting the home of a certain bloodkin. How is it going? It's no good, Sue. A man with messy hair, star-shaped glasses and an unshaven face answers. His name is Tusk. He's a self-alleged PC hacker otaku whom I made into my bloodkin 4 days ago. He controls all the people working on information management. Seeing that the human side has started to employ propaganda, our side has to adopt appropriate countermeasures. Because of that, I chose 10 people who knew a lot about PCs from among my residents. Because I've forbidden my residents any contact with the outside world, I turned Tusk, who appears to be rather communicative, into a bloodkin and assigned him to the role of collecting and disseminating information. The current order I've given Tusk is to launch a popularity campaign for Demon King Shion. Or to be precise, we're publishing the sound and healthy lives of the humans who became residents after rains. The idea behind this is to lower the level of difficulty for rains. However, if we upload videos of the residents' lives, they'll be immediately deleted. Even our posts written on influential forums and blogs while pretending to be residents are erased right away. We also tried to launch our own blog, but we couldn't release a single blog post since we're always shown error messages. Now that it has become common knowledge that demon kings can use the internet, the human censoring has become very rigid. You call yourself a capable hacker, don't you? Can't you do something about this? Calling yourself is a really terrible way to phrase it. Anyway, it's impossible to. Staging a resistance goes beyond the capabilities of the devices on hand. TSK, what a pushover. As expected, it might be better to have you work on farming. Wow, a second, just give me a second. Yeah. Right. I did gather information that looks advantageous to you. When I click my tongue in irritation at Tusk, who keeps adding one excuse after the other, he tries to show me other results in panic. Information? What kind of? This is a piece of information you wouldn't have obtained without me. A special program coded by me has found it and then extract. Spare me the details, and tell me what you found out. How impatient, Sue. Anyway. Some demon kings have announced the foundation of a nation. Tusk tells me with a proud look. Huh? I end up flabbergasted by his words. A declaration of independence? Announcing the foundation of a nation? I don't really know what you'd call it, but the first to have proclaimed it was the demon king of Hokkaido. Then, as if they had talked it over beforehand, the demon kings of Kanagawa, Ichi, and Fukuoka followed suit. Over the net? Right, but their posts were immediately deleted. And that's where my fabulous self begin. I sink into thought with Tusk's nonsense, which continues to spill out of his trap, as background noise. I also started consciously thinking about a nation around the time when I conquered the prefectures north. However, that wasn't with the intention to really found a nation, but rather, following the idea of preparing an infrastructure similar to a nation's administration for the sake of increasing my combat force. I didn't plan to announce my independence or anything like that. I simply associated a nation as a role model that's super easy to adopt, for the sake of reinforcing my combat power, and for the sake of survival. The demon kings, who announced their foundation of nations, are their Zodiac 13 evil stars? Bingo. They are ruling over domains with sizes equal or even bigger than mine. It's only natural for them to have experience with rain, and they most likely possess residents, too. In that case, it simply follows logic for them to arrive at the same idea as I. An infrastructure improvement. I can also understand elevating themselves to a nation in the process of that. But, why would it be necessary to announce it? Is it because they want to satisfy their need for recognition? Or is it for the sake of showing off how big they are? To begin with, who was supposed to hear their declaration? The humans? Other demon kings? Or maybe both? As I ponder about various possibilities, and the merits and demerits of publicly announcing it, it suddenly strikes me like lightning. I see. After thoroughly thinking it over, I arrive at one conclusion. Hey, you listening to me? Tusk calls out to me, who has finished brooding, after having rambled on about this and that. We will also declare the foundation of a nation. Eh? Tusk looks dumbfounded. With that decided, it's necessary to gather all of the main bloodkin, I guess. Tusk, are you going to participate as well? Why yes. Strike while the iron is still hot. I summon my main cast, including the main bloodkin who have departed on invasions. Chapter 182 Preparations for the Foundation of a Nation. 3 days after I've decided to officially announce the foundation of a nation, all my chief subordinates have finally assembled. Damn it. And here the invasion was just going so smoothly. Wasp, a dungeon withdrawal, in a second, quickly. So, what urgent business do you have with us? The first thing that comes out of Takaharu and Sarah's mouths are complaints. Their leader, Rina, asks me as if not having heard a single of their words. We're going to raise a nation. I answer, not just to Rina, but all my gathered subordinates. Weren't we already in the middle of raising a nation? Yatro asks back with a sidelong glance at my confused subordinates. Correct. Since the day we conquered the North, I've been working on infrastructure development with a nation as a role model in mind. As far as I've seen and heard, it's been going well. But, Did some kind of problem crop up? No, the infrastructure project is proceeding smoothly. The living standards within the domain are improving by the day. What's the reason for you having gathered all this then? Yatro asks me as a representative of my currently present subordinates. From now on, no, with today as a turning point, we will genuinely aim at building a nation, not just in the name of an infrastructure project. In other words, today will be our National Foundation Day, ? Everyone openly shows their surprise at my words. And the reason why I had you gathered here on this day is because all of you are part of the leadership. I thought that it'd be better to gather all of you for the long-awaited event of our nation's foundation, and thus I summoned you. Is something wrong with that? AL leadership. Me too, Su. I vow upon all gods, be it heaven or earth, I shall fulfill that role to the utmost. Oh my, me too? Mrs. Tamura looks astonished. I'm also a leader? Satanta asks. Sabru of the everlasting darkness? The jet-black heavenly king has descended. Yep, not bad. The reaction of my subordinates towards my statement is all over the place. Some are surprised, some are humble, and some are deeply moved by the honor. Shinaki. I've got a question. What is it like? I won't bicker about being part of the leadership. And it's not that I'd mind Takuaki, Rina-aki, Chloe-aki and so on. But you see, there's some freaks with weird glasses and an unknown granny among us. Who are these people? Sarah turns a look full of blatant distrust at Mrs. Tamura, Suzuki, and Tusk. You're right, those glasses are fake, aren't they? If he's wearing them for the sake of promoting his shame, they're somewhat lacking, I think. What do you think? How about boosting your impression by wearing a pink bra? Shut up. While Sarah has produced an awkward atmosphere, Hibiki produces an atmosphere that causes the temperature in the room to perceptibly drop. The woman over there is Mrs. Tamura, and the man over here is Suzuki. Both of them are in charge of the domain's infrastructure improvements. This guy here is Tusk. I've entrusted him with information management. All three of them are valuable subordinates, working towards the goal of supporting the invasion teams, which also includes you, Sarah, from behind. Get along is nothing I'll tell you, but don't be too hard on them. Nice to meet you. I'm Tamura Masako. I'm fully aware that all of you, including you, Sarah-sama, have been protecting and giving us the possibility to lead a new life here. Although I might not be the most skilled person, I'm planning to do whatever I can to support everyone. I'm looking forward to working with all of you in the future. I'm Suzuki. Best regards. Tusk here, Su. I'm praying for good cooperation. By the way, the idea with the bra is a no-go, Su. Following my introduction, Mrs. Tamura extends polite greetings, probably because she knows how important a first impression is. And then Suzuki and Tusk also introduce themselves. It's not like I'm complaining here or anything. You see, I was just, asking myself, who are these people? Got it? Sarah awkwardly averts her eyes, apparently because she's getting overpowered by Mrs. Tamura's courteous manners. Okay, let's get on with the story then. There are two reasons why I'm founding a nation. I raise two fingers as I survey the faces of my silent subordinates. First, it's for the sake of improving reigns. It's better for humans to perceive a potential surrender as being something done towards a nation, and not to some random demon king. I think it'll lower their psychological resistance against the idea of submitting. For this reason, it's also necessary that everyone knows that we're running a nation. In other words, we'll have a declaration of a nation's founding. My leaders quietly listen to my every word. Second, diplomacy. At the present, the difference in power between demon kings, between humans, and between demon kings and humans is starting to become clear. What has been small skirmishes at first will sooner or later develop into full-blown wars. Unfortunately, their World Salvation Project doesn't include diplomacy in its system, but eventually it won't just be about killing each other, but instead, new ways of battles might appear. As a measure to prepare for such a time, we must grow as a nation. Diplomacy, huh? If it's discussions, skillfully talking it out will be fine, but if the other party are adults or a nation, it becomes politics, and the fight might become more heinous than up until now. Mrs. Tamora mutters with a sad look in response to my statement. How unexpected. I'd have thought that you'd belong to those supporting a diplomatic approach. Of course it's the optimum to peacefully talk things over, but sometimes politics deteriorate into mudslinging. Well, it'll still take a while until diplomacy will start to play a role. I'm anticipating your advice when that time comes. You can count on me. Discussing a future that's not set in stone yet bears no meaning. And lastly, there's one more reason why I summoned all of you. Since it's something I can't decide myself, I'd like you to give me your input. This means, my knowledge as a strategist is being put to the test here, right? For some reason Canon gets all hyped up after hearing my words. As for the matter itself, I'd like to decide on the nation's name after talking it over with you. A name is essential for the announcement of a nation's foundation, as my own naming sense sucks. To put it nicely, I'm going to rely on my subordinates for this. Chapter 183 Preparations for the Foundation of a Nation 5. Well then, I'll listen to your suggestions for names. Raise your hand if you got an idea. The leadership consists of 26 people in total. Even excluding my created subordinates, it's still 12 people. That should be more than enough for some ideas to crop up here. The very first to raise her hand is Sarah. Go ahead. Striver Kingdom. Striver Kingdom? I muse over it. It doesn't sound bad, I'd say. Where does Striver come from? Stone River. Stone River? Ishikawa. Ah, the prefecture's name. Huh? I write down Striver Kingdom on the whiteboard. Anyone else? Righto. Guess it's my turn then. In everything, simple's best. Shin Kingdom. How about that? Takaharu brings up while looking triumphant. Shin Kingdom, you say? My own name would become the country's name. That would be somewhat embarrassing. Or rather, it feels uncomfortable. I sigh at Takaharu's suggestion. But, Master, I think that's a great idea. I also agree with that name. Shin Kingdom. I'd be a citizen of Shin Kingdom. Yep, it sounds wonderful. Shin-sama, I support this as well. The three fanatics, Chloe, Layla, and Izayoi support Takaharu's suggestion. Shin Kingdom. Isn't it fine, seeing how it's going to be your country, and it's also easy to understand, boss? Indeed. I favor this one as well. It ain't bad. It got my vote as well. Next, the Mustard Trio, Red, Noir, and Rouge also cast their support for Shin Kingdom. Then me too. As if going along with the flow, Blue also joins them. Ha ha ha, how's dat? Did you see, Sarah? This is the difference in taste between me and ya. Overjoyed with so many people supporting his suggestion, Takaharu looks at Sarah full of arrogance and conceit. Anything else? Anything? I ask with the strong wish that the other subordinates will spare me from our country being called like that. It's my turn then. Excuse me, Shin-sama. Saburo stands up with a winning smile, and writes on the board with a pen. Abyss Garden, Little Garden of the Abyss. While gazing at the name written down by Saburo, I imagine the scenery when I'd announce the foundation of our nation. Yep, forget it. I silently wipe Saburo's suggestion off the board. Exclamation mark. I still have more. Void Labyrinth, Labyrinth of Nihility. The big point with this one is the first syllable. While biting your lower lip. Now listen, a labyrinth is no country to begin with. Got it? Ignoring Saburo, who's started to give an explanation, I raise his scribble from the board. Then Requiem. Stand down. Anyone else? I force Saburo to withdraw, and ask for other suggestions. Master, may I? Hibiki raises his hand with a stiff expression. Give it a try. Slave Kingdom. It also contains the syllable Saburo likes so much. How about it? After bowing to me, Hibiki smiles gently in Saburo's direction. It's inferior to my suggestions, but it's not bad, I must admit. Saburo looks somewhat satisfied with that name. Canon awkwardly raises her hand. What's up? It'd be better to not use that name. Why? It's just my guess, but it's German. The direct translation of Shun would be pig, and Sklave means slave. I'm flabbergasted after hearing Canon's explanation. In short, it'd mean pig slave kingdom. If translated, what do you think? As model citizen of the Shunsclave Kingdom, I'd shut up. I force Hibiki, who looks very proud for some reason, to shut his trap. Anyone else? Yataro, don't you have any idea? Me? Let's see. How about the simple, Kaga, then? Kaga is, like, totally impossible. I mean, Kaga City is ruled by Kaoru. You know? By the way, the capital of Kaga country would be Komatsu. Before I can even write down Yataro's suggestion, Sarah turns it down. For some reason, Kanon goes for the finishing blow. Anyone? Isn't there anyone else? Shinsama, if you allow me? Kotetsu raises his hand. Sure, go ahead. Okay. Shinsama, are you aware of the flower called Shin? No? I see. Written in kanji it looks like this. Kotetsu writes, Shin. On the board. All of the subordinates are endorsing Shin Kingdom, but it looks like you don't feel happy about your name being used. The scientific name for the flower Shin is Aster. Hence, how about Aster Empire? Aster Empire, eh? I'll add it as a candidate. Still, I thought you were completely devoted to swordsmanship, but you seem to have a broad range of knowledge. I'm ashamed to admit it, but it comes from my wife having had an interest in gardening. Kotetsu replies with an embarrassed grin. Anyone else? Afterwards, the discussion continued for another 3 hours. Section. As a result of talking it over, the potential country names have been narrowed down to following 5. Sarah's suggestion, Striver Kingdom. Takaharu's suggestion, Shin Kingdom. Kotetsu's suggestion, Aster Empire. Kanon's suggestion, which refers to the Bible, Genesis Empire. Subaru's suggestion, which signifies eternity and infinity, Aurabra's Kingdom. We've decided to let the residents vote on the country's name. Making them vote was simple. By just ordering them through telepathy, the voter turnout immediately became 100%. The troublesome part lay in the tallying of the votes. The leaders and I had to count by hand. The number of voters amounted to 117,692 people, resulting in 4,360 counts per person. I wonder, just how many votes is it going to be? Counting all the votes at the end was a major pain. Once I looked around me, Takaharu was obviously pissed off. I forced him to do it through an order, but in a certain sense, his appearance of tallying the votes while scattering that much bloodlust all over the place was quite dreadful. It was planned for me to call over some random residents, leaving the tallying to them. However, I got overwhelmed by Mrs. Tamura, Yataro, and Kotetsu, the elderly party, pressuring me with, "It's a very important matter that will drastically influence our future," leading to the leaders and me being the only ones doing the count. In the end, it took 3 hours to count all the votes. The result is, Striver Kingdom, 37.031. Shin Kingdom, 15.070. Aster Empire, 48.700. Genesis Empire, 10.061. Aurabra's Kingdom, 6.830. That makes Aster Empire the new, official name. I inform my leaders of the result. For real? My Striver Kingdom lost. You got to be kidding. It's not going to be Shin Kingdom. After hearing the new name, some are angry, some are disappointed, and some smile. This is how the name, Aster Empire, came to be. Chapter 184 Aster Empire. Now we shall announce the foundation of our nation. The Aster Empire, to the world. I declare to my leaders with a loud voice. You might talk about announcing it, but these kinds of posts get deleted right away. So, Tusk, as the one in charge of information control, objects. I'm fully aware of that. Tusk, have you grasped where to find the facility that deals with the deletion? It's a Gesu, but it should be the Japanese government. The ones on Megafloatsu. Why are they deleting the news posted by Demon Kings? That's so I'm not the only one having done this to me, huh? Tusk is confused by my question. On the other hand, Kanon happily laughs after seeing Tusk's struggling. Any moment, Shin-san is going to raise a finger with a smug look. Kanon, roll up your skirt. Why? Kanon, we're in an important meeting right now. It's not the right place for you to expose your own fetishes, okay? Wait, this is she. Kanon, shut up. Otherwise I'll give the previous order while you're in front of Subaru. Got it? Did you say anything, Canon? I beam a smile at Canon with a look full of kindness. It's nothing. Sorry. Canon apologizes for disturbing the meeting with tears welling up in her eyes. Let's get back to the main topic. So why is the Japanese government censoring the information? The answer is, it'd be information that could become beneficial for demon kings, but disadvantageous for the humans. Likewise, you might be asking who's supposed to be the receiver of the demon king's information? The answer to that one is, humans. If I remember correctly, even Prefectural Governor Tiyama started to repeatedly caution us to not listen to the words of the demon kings, at some point in time. Mrs. Tamura confirms my words, obviously having remembered it just now. Currently, the internet is the best way to spread information. However, the enemy is one step ahead of us in the online world. So what would be the best way? I look at my leaders' faces as if to point the question at all of them. Don't you just need to shout it out? Like, create an emotional poster with my superb artistic sense? Let's gather the attention of the masses with my perfect body? I shall step forward as front. Forget it, creep. Impossible. You intend to destroy Shinsama's reputation? The leaders state their own respective opinions. At the end, Sabru speaks up, but gets immediately shot down by the women. Takaharu is correct. If it's censored as soon as you post it online, you just need to loudly exclaim it in the real world. Sooner or later, our voices will reach the humans, and the information will be passed on. Oh, so you mean to say, anyone can start a rumor, but no one can stop one? Yatoro nods with a gentle smile. I shall inform you of what we're going to do from now on. Carve the name of Asta Empire in the minds of the humans who come to invade us. Let some of them escape on purpose. Also, Gade, you will scatter the flyers I'll give you later in human cities. Lastly, I'll personally use my megaphone to regularly announce the foundation of our kingdom. What about us then? Sarah asks back. It's meaningless to inform the demon kings of Himi City about our new country. Likewise, it'd be a bad move to explicitly invade Toyama Prefecture to announce it. You can focus on gathering experience points in Himi, just as you've done so far. Sure. Da heck. So everything stays the same? Sarah salutes with her right hand at her forehead. Meanwhile, Takaharu openly expresses his unhappiness. Well then, the meeting is over. All hands, accomplish the orders given to you. I'm expecting only the best of results from you. With this, the first leadership meeting of the Asta Empire came to an end. Section. After announcing the meeting's end, I hold back Mrs. Tamura, Suzuki, Yatoro, Rina, and Chloe from leaving. Sorry for stopping you. I'd like to hear about the progress from each of you. The 5 I've called over are all in positions where they are in charge of others. First, Mrs. Tamura. How's the life of the residents? Are there any complaints? The level of comfort is improving by the day. Nowadays we can maintain a living standard higher than the one before we became your residents, Shinsama. The people aren't unhappy, but several requests have been brought up by some of the residents. Requests? Yes, the residents working at industrial manufacturing have been asking for more materials, machines. Also, since the residents affiliated to farming wish to start dairy farming and animal husbandry, they've been asking for cattle. Mrs. Tamura concisely lists the residents' requests. The materials are, let's see. Yatoro, you think any of the former Demon King bloodkin could be used for this? Used for this, as in working outside the domain, right? That's the idea. All my subordinates, except for the invasion teams, are under Yatoro's control, also including former Demon Kings. All of the former Demon Kings have rather quirky personalities. For the time being, I'll try to pick out several. Please do. Then the matter with the cattle. There are 2 ways to solve this. First, stealing them from the humans. But, if things go badly, it could provoke Kainzawa's humans to turn their hostility away from Kaoru. Second, domain creation. I don't know when it was unlocked, but cattle has been added as a category to domain creation at some point. Currently I can create chicken, cows, pigs, sheep, horses and others. But by the way, you say cattle, but substituting those with rats and wolves would be no good, Su. I'm against that. Suzuki and Mrs. Tamura object before I can even finish speaking. The CP cost for cattle is high. Even the cheapest animal, a chicken, costs 10 CP. Cows require 50 CP per cow. Aren't they way too expensive considering that you can't even use them for the domain's defense or invasions? What's the reason for your objection? Right now we're trying to have the humans and monsters get along with each other. Regarding monsters as cattle will definitely produce friction in the future, Su. I share Suzuki's opinion. Rats, wolves, and even cattle. If you trace them back, they'll all be creatures created by me, and yet cattle poses a problem while monsters don't. I'm a former human as well. I can understand their reasoning, albeit it looks contradicting at a glance. But, you see, I think Kanon-san would also be angry if we were to treat monsters as livestock, Su. I also support Suzuki and Mrs. Tamura's opinion. I also believe that it's just as Tamura-sensei says. With me showing my disapproval, Yataro and Rina jump in to help Suzuki and Mrs. Tamura. How ridiculous. We're offering our absolute loyalty to Master. If Master tells me to become cattle, I will gladly offer up my body. On the other hand, only Chloe proudly agrees with my opinion. Friction between monsters and humans, eh? Okay, I got it. I promise to provide cattle in the near future. As an outcome of weighing various options, I decided to go with the creation of cattle. Chapter 185 Monsters and Humans. Next, Suzuki. How's the relationship between the residents and monsters? It's strange, Su. Some people trying to get along with monsters have appeared among the children, and the residents who haven't experienced any battles. But, is there some kind of problem? I asks Suzuki as he hesitates to speak up. The biggest problem is the language barrier, Su. The only way for them to communicate with each other is with gestures, Su. Language barrier, huh? Would that be resolved if I dispatched Bloodkin as interpreters? Let's see, Su. Since it's possible to speak with all monsters if Kanon-chan is present, it'd be a big help. I haven't the slightest intention to use Kanon for such a mundane task. I guess I'll send over some Bloodkin. Creating Bloodkin requires a huge amount of CP. This is a matter I have to consider carefully. Shinsama, may I? Mrs. Tamura calls out to me as I'm pondering. What's up? How about introducing language study at school? Language study? Yes, I think it will be possible as long as someone capable of interpreting will assist during the lessons. I see. Let's give it a try. Would you like to start with a Dampier, Dark Elf, Werewolf, Lycanthrope, Orc, Goblin, or Kobold? I bring up the names of the demi-human subordinates I can create. Oh, then Goblin first will be great, Su. Goblin? Why? There's many of them, Su. And they are also friendly towards humans, Su. Suzuki answers me while repeatedly glancing at Chloe. By the way, what about dark elves? A dark elf is. Suzuki falters to answer my question. Suzuki. Answer truthfully. Dark elves and Dampiers are very exclusive, Su. They're looking down on us humans, Su. Since kobolds and orcs have strong feelings of fellowship, it'll take some time for them to compromise with humans, Su. I've never seen any werewolves or lycanthropes to begin with, Su. Humphrey. That's only natural. Us dark elves are. Chloe. Do you want to say that my residents are inferior life forms? Exclamation mark. I am terribly sorry. That's not what I rebuke Chloe, who acts arrogant in response to Suzuki's honest answer. Well, whatever. There's an order to everything. I spit out a sigh, deciding to adopt Suzuki's view. In that case, I suppose we need to check whether it's possible to teach the goblin language first. I summon Blue and another goblin. Watsu. I was enjoying my day off. Blue. Chloe reprimands Blue, who starts to bicker around as soon as he arrives. Blue. Have the goblin over there say, hello. Huh? If you order him, Shinsama, I won't be needed. Do it. Roger, Su. Say hello, Su. Jup down. Next, thanks. Say thanks, Su. Down right. Question mark. To me all of it just sounds like Gigi. Did he really say, hello, and, thanks? He did, Su. Blue angrily snaps back. I didn't hear any difference, but, can you work with this? Would it be okay to hear it once more? Once I check back with Mrs. Tamura, she requests to hear the words once more. J-down J-right. Thanks. It is, correct Sue. Jup J-right J-down. Hello? Is it? Unfortunately, it was congratulations Sue. How should she know that? I loudly retort at Blue, who looks strangely triumphant when Mrs. Tamura gets it wrong. J-right J-down J-down J-right Jup J-right. That just now was. I'm fine with meat as reward for this Sue. In the end, the goblin speaks without even being asked to do so. Okay, you can go back now. Eh? The meat. I toss a low-ranked chunk of meat at the gaping Blue. Thanks Sue. This meat is low-ranked. Chloe drives her fist into Blue's belly, who's about to whine again, causing Blue to flee the room. Are you really sure that you want them to be the first monsters to form bonds of friendship with? Haha. Blue-san is special Sue. Zuke smiles wryly at me, who feels a pang of uneasiness. Okay then. We should have several goblin bloodkin, so I'll leave 2 with you. Oh? Just one thing Sue. What is it? If possible, I'd like to appoint one of the 2. Zuke requests. Appoint. Blue is out of the question. Okay? Ahaha. Blue-san would be too much to handle for me. So, who is it? To be honest, I don't really know any of my goblin bloodkin besides Blue. Even their names are random stuff I came up with, like Gobo, Gobsuke, Gobme, etc. It's Gobfuto-san Sue. Gobfuto? I check the list of bloodkin on my smartphone. There's no bloodkin with the name of Gobfuto. That's because Gobfuto-san isn't your bloodkin? Question mark. He has a name but isn't a bloodkin? Gobfuto-san is a goblin who became your subordinate alongside Kanon-chan. Became my subordinate alongside Kanon. There was a goblin like that. I summon memories from a distant past. Are you asking me to turn him into a bloodkin? If possible. I've been associating with him for a long time. He's one of the monsters with the most sympathy towards humans. Zuke, who always acts timidly and often humbles himself, speaks up with a strong will for the first time. It'd be 10 hours worth of CP. I could use it to start a reign, increase the number of bloodkin for our combat forces, prepare some equipment, provide cattle, or even make Yatoro happy. After pondering about it for several minutes, okay, bring Gobfuto here. I turn Gobfuto into a bloodkin as the right-hand man of Zuke, who acts as a link between humans and monsters. Chapter 186, How to Make a Musler Degree. Next, Yatoro. How's the situation of our defenses? I think you should be aware of it since you're also defending, but the number of invaders is low. Yatoro grumbles while placing a hand on his white goatee. A lack of experience points. Huh? Correct. The defense battles are all easy victories, but under these circumstances I can't distribute enough experience points to the subordinates I want to nurture. Some humans invade us, responding to the government's call, after I've become famous as one of the 13 evil stars, but their numbers dwindle by the day. Although a huge amount of money will be paid for liberating my sectors, there's not a single precedent of that happening in my domain. Another big reason is the recruitment of the high-leveled humans to deal with Demon King Kaoru in the prefectures south. Allowing them to liberate a sector. Yep, that's a no-go. The demerits would be too big. Indeed. You think the number of fish biting will change if we use extravagant bait, or in other words, the loot in the treasure chests? I wonder. It depends on the placement of the treasure chests, but if we set them up on the early floors, it's also possible that the invaders will run away after snatching the chest's loot. If we ambush them, it will make them cautious. It's a difficult call to make. What do we have to do to lure them in then? How deep did the invaders reach so far? The 10th floor. But that was back when we were at war with Suzu City Hall. At the moment, the limit is the 4th. No, the 3rd floor. The most attractive bait for invaders is prestige and big money. In other words, the liberation of sectors. However, in reality it's impossible for them to liberate one of my sectors. It's just an idea. But what if we make them embrace the hope that they're close to achieving a liberation? You're going to ease up the difficult until the deepest floor? No, that'd be too obvious. What are you going to do then? I answer Yatoro while simulating the idea in my mind. We'll lower the depth of the sectors. What if we were to set up the true core on the 4th floor, for example? So you're going to reduce instead of expand? That's how it'll turn out. First I'll order Tusk to manipulate the information by spreading rumors that some of my sectors are only as deep as 4 floors. Afterwards, we will show the true core on the 4th floor to the humans who've invaded in response. How about that? There's merit in trying it. Yatro squints joyfully at my suggestion. However, we cannot afford to let them liberate it for real. So, at the lowest floor of the bait sector, I know, we will deploy Izoi and Subaru. Yatoro continues my words while smiling. If it works out smoothly, we'll adjust by increasing the number of bait sectors. Phew, that sure sounds fun. This brought my conversation with Yatoro about our defenses to an end. Section. Next, Chloe. How's the situation with your invasions? Yes, Master. We have been smoothly making progress. Chloe straightens her back, answering my question. How is it going with your new members? No problem. Anything troubling you? Nothing at all. Chloe instantly replies to my questions. Well, I suppose it's logical for things to work out if it's Chloe and the other created bloodkin. I think you do understand. But your top priority is to protect the lives of the bloodkin, including your own. Keep devoting your attention to that part. Yes, Master. Such deeply compassionate words. Thank you very much. The chat with Chloe finishes quickly. The last one is. Lastly, Rena. How's the situation with your invasions? I'm slightly worried about our teamwork, but, so far there's no problem. Rena answers calmly. Rena. How's the compatibility between you and the former Demon Kings? I wonder. I don't think that it's bad. And your real opinion? I think it's impossible for me to lead them perfectly. She answers while keeping her composure. I see. Anyone especially difficult to handle? Takaharu and Satanta, I'd say. Who? Rena's reply counters what I had expected. What about Sarah? Contradicting her usual speech and conduct, Sarah is properly keeping an eye on the surroundings. Her support from the back is flawless as well. And Hibiki? His words and behavior are very problematic, but when push comes to shove, he acts calmer than any of the other members. To be honest, sometimes I wonder whether Hibiki isn't more suited to be the leader than I am. Her evaluation of Sarah and Hibiki is much higher than I had expected. What about Takaharu? Takaharu is like another version of Red in a good sense, and also in a bad. Red, subordinates of the ogre species are belligerent. Sometimes they'll act in a way you could only describe as going berserk. So Takaharu, who's supposed to be a former demon king as well as a former human, is another version of an ogre, eh? Well, it does describe him perfectly, I'd say. Unintentionally I end up smiling wryly at Rena's brief review. How is it going with Satanta? Satanta is the same as Takaharu. As soon as he sees an enemy, he runs off by himself. He doesn't pay much attention to teamwork either, as his strength is far inferior compared to Takaharu. He actually worries me much more than Takaharu does. I see. Satanta is a created subordinate. His childish simple-mindedness and his belligerent personality are either a racial trait, or the influence of Izoi and Subaru who took care of him first. I turn my eyes towards Yatoro. You see, Situ is like that. He has always been competing with Subaru over who can kill the invaders first. Moreover, whenever Subaru defeated more invaders, he gleefully chaffed Situ about it. Yatoro explains with a gentle smile. Okay, so the cause of the problem lies with Subaru, huh? Yatoro, you didn't put a stop to it when you saw Subaru teasing Satanta after seeing the two frolicking around so happily? Yes. Sorry. When I saw them playing around like real brothers, I couldn't bring myself to stop them. But, Rena? Yes? Even with Situ being like that, he's an obedient boy. He listens to your orders, doesn't he? Rena turns her head after being addressed by Yatoro. Obedient? That boy? Indeed. He has always obediently followed what I say, Subaru, and, of course, I told him. That boy did. Come to think of it, he's oddly attached to Takaharu, and always does what Takaharu tells him. I guess. Right. Rena, it would be best if you had a match against Sita. I think he will listen to what you tell him if he loses against you once. A match? Correct. If you want, I can stand witness. Yatro smiles happily at the confused Rina. Okay, please take care of it after this. Thus, Rina and Satanta had a mox battle after this meeting. It ended with Rina's victory as she excelled in sword skill. With that day as a turning point, Satanta has started to listen to Rina's instructions. Chapter 187 Hiachada. The next day after the founding of the Asta Empire, it's currently 7 p.m. I step outside my domain accompanied by my subordinates to announce the foundation of our nation. Guard the vicinity. Cautiously I head south from my domain to allow my voice to reach as far as possible. My lord, there are no hostile forces within a radius of 1 kilometer. Returning from her reconnaissance, Kate approaches me silently to report. How's the situation 2 kilometers ahead? There's a human habitat. Megaphone covers a range of 3 kilometers around me. Today we cannot afford to fight against humans. This is the perfect spot, I'd say. Test. An announcement to the humans of Kainzawa. I wonder if I should start with a nice to meet you? I'm Demon King Shin who rules over the sectors in the prefecture's north. Since it's not like I've come to declare war on you today, unlike Demon King Kaoru of Komatsu, I'd like you to listen to me with a peace of mind. Today I have something I want to inform you about, which is why I'm calling out to you like this. Still, I really can't get used to talking all by myself without receiving any reactions. Well then, let's get down to the main topic. Henceforth I shall announce the foundation of a nation for my domain, which unifies the prefecture's north, as Asta Empire. The doors of our Asta Empire will be always open for humans wishing to surrender to us. This is a plain fact. Many of your brethren, the humans who have lived in the prefecture's north such as Suzu City, are leading a peaceful and sound life in my domain. Those of you wishing for a peaceful future, visit my domain unarmed, and I promise to provide you with land for a peaceful life in my Asta Empire. I recommend a surrender at the same time of announcing the foundation of our Asta Empire. It's because I hold the faintest hope that I might be able to obtain some residents, even if it's just one, should luck be on my side. After having done all that I plan to do, I return to my domain section. How's the reaction? After getting back to my domain, I head over to Tusk's place. The Information Management Division. It'll be tough, Sue. Tough means? For an instant the name, Asta Empire, appeared on SNS, but it was deleted quickly. Sue. What about TV stations or video distribution sites? Including the local ones. 0 appearances. Sue. Tusk answers while shrugging his shoulders. There's also no misinformation. Like it being taken as a declaration of war? None. Sue. It's as if the declaration never happened. Sue. Well, whatever. As long as it appeared on SNS, even if only for a short time, it's proof that my declaration has reached someone. I guess there's no option but to persistently continue with it. I'll contact you if something happens. Sue. I leave Tusk's place, and return to my own room. There I retrieve the smartphone which has become the exclusive device for accessing Laplace. I wonder if I'll be able to find some beneficial information. After logging into Laplace, I check their Upper Class Demon King Lounge. 313 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Any Hiachada around here? Ruffle Mao. 314 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0115. What's Hiachada? 315 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Huh? Lol, you really don't know Hiachada? Aiko, you really an upper class demon king? Mao. 316 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0115. As always, you're really an annoying guy. 317 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Huh? Lol guy, you say? Ruffle who tells you that I'm not a little girly? Ruffle Mao. 318 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0031. How many times have we heard this exchange by now? Anyway, Nina-san, what's Hiachada? 319 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Huh? Lol, you don't know? Ruffle. 320 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. Nina, give it a rest already. 321 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. I guess I'll tell you lol. Heart-throbbing chaos demon kings. Or short. Hiachada, 322 nameless upper class demon king ID 0115. What's that painful, pink name? 323 nameless upper class demon king ID 0159. Heart-throbbing chaos demon kings, refers to 13 evil stars. 324 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. Ikoku, stop getting in the way of my fun raffle. 325 nameless upper class demon king ID 0007. If it comes to demon kings permitted to participate in this thread, it's very possible for them to be part of the 13 evil stars. 326 nameless upper class demon king ID 0159. Currently 9 people are in here. It wouldn't weird for all of them to be part of the 13 evil stars. 327 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. That's only if everyone in here truly abides to the rules raffle. 328 nameless upper class demon king ID 0007. Nina, I'm sure we decided that this was a taboo topic, didn't we? 329 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. Yeah lol. So, is any 13 evil stars among us? 330 nameless upper class demon king ID 0115. You stupid. Even if there was, there ain't no way they could post it here, right? 331 nameless upper class demon king ID 0031. If you're dumb enough to talk about your identity, your account will get blocked. 332 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. You guys are damn boring lol. However, just one person in here is pretty much set as 13 evil stars. Umao. 333 nameless upper class demon king ID 0013. Well, obviously, if you start a reign at such a timing, it'll immediately get exposed after all. 334 nameless upper class demon king ID 0007. In this case, even my hands are bound when it comes to defending them. Cold sweat appears on my face as I watch the thread. Going by the situation, I suppose I've been exposed as being IDO 536. 335 nameless upper class demon king ID 0536. So, are there any 13 evil stars besides me in here? 336 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. Oh? Lol, look who's here just as we've been gossiping. Isn't that our beloved Saburo-chan Rafflemao? 337 nameless upper class demon king ID 0007. Assuming I'd tell you that I'm 13 evil stars, would you believe me, Saburo? 338 nameless upper class demon king ID 0536. I wonder. 339 nameless upper class demon king ID 0007. That's your answer. No one will believe it as long as you don't show proof. However, no one can show proof here. 340 nameless upper class demon king ID 0027. Though I don't feel like showing any proof either raffle. Just as I'm trying to read through the new posts while feeling pissed off by Nina's instigations. Error. The thread you're looking for doesn't exist. ? Afterwards, I browse the forums on Laplace, but their upper class Demon King Lounge has been completely removed. Did my posts violate the rules or something? In some way I liked reading that thread. Well, I guess I'm lucky that my account hasn't been blocked. Huh? While caught in a strange feeling of loss, I receive a message informing me of an incoming email on the smartphone in my hand. Chapter 188 New Upper Class Demon King Lounge. Saburo-sama, a post hinting at your identity has been posted in the Upper Class Demon King Lounge. Having judged this case as being an unforeseen accident for you as well, I haven't locked your account, and instead deleted the thread. Moreover, ID 0007 Sama, ID 0013 Sama, ID 0027 Sama, and ID 0159 Sama have previously requested a locked forum. I have accepted this request, and set up an upper-class Demon King lounge that can only be joined by Demon Kings chosen by me. The newly created forum has less restrictions on the chat content. Since I have chosen you as well, Saburo-sama, feel free to join through the following link if you feel inclined to do so. Password, stuff293043113. The sender is Laplace's administrator. I've been set up. At least that's one big possibility I can deduce from this text. Would the administrator deliberately set up a forum he can't join himself? The administrator excels at data processing. Just from the fact that he has launched Laplace at an early stage must mean that I'm dealing with a Demon King capable of reading ahead well. The new forum has also adopted the old, upper-class Demon King Lounge name. Based on this, it's very likely that the administrator is one of the Demon Kings who has been participating in that thread. More than 3 years have now passed since I've become a Demon King. In various areas, the number of Demon Kings distinguishing themselves has been growing. Their representatives are there, 13 evil stars being categorized as one of them. I've thought of founding a nation after having unified the prefectures north. Is this idea special? Am I especially intelligent? The answer to both is no. If it's the Demon Kings of the 13 evil stars, who have built a solid foundation after winning against the humans and the surrounding Demon Kings, it might be very possible that they have reached the same conclusion. That's why I think that I've been set up by the administrator of Laplace. Hasn't this forum been created for the sake of forming the necessary ground to carry out diplomacy, bargaining, or deceiving each other? The censoring and propaganda by humans, the evolution of domains into countries in a time of complex, intertwined wars. The appearance of a locked forum will make things even more complicated. Section: A locked forum. No doubt about it being a step forward, but the administrator is likely able to control all the information. I muse over the merits and demerits of participating and staying away. What's probable is the possibility that all the Demon Kings participating in the new, upper-class Demon King Lounge, are 13 evil stars. The administrator knows about our location. Hence it should be easy for him to narrow down their 13 evil stars among the Demon Kings using Laplace. In that case, are all 13 evil stars going to assemble in their upper-class Demon King Lounge? The answer to that question is no. In the first place, there should be many Demon Kings who have refused to join Laplace. If my prediction is correct, the merit of joining will be unfathomably big. Assuming that all the Demon Kings participating in the old, upper-class Demon King Lounge, were 13 evil stars, it'd mean that 9 out of 13 were in contact behind the scenes. Even if it was only half of the participants, it'd still be 4 out of 13. This fact would have a major impact on the future diplomatic activities, alliances, or ceasefire agreements, no matter what shape it might take. Influential Demon Kings being able to conspire with each other behind closed doors is going to change things drastically. I guess I've got no choice but to participate. As a result of careful deliberations, I tap on the link provided in the email. One nameless upper-class Demon King ID, 0000. This is a thread where Demon Kings with more than 100 sectors, or with the title of 13 Evil Stars, meet. Prying into another's identity is forbidden, but declaring one's identity isn't. We're all Demon Kings representing Japan. Let's desist from insulting and slandering each other while driven by boring jealousy and suspicions. The next thread will be started by the administrator, ID 0000. 2 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. 2 Get Ruffle Mao. 3 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0007. It's a thread where your identity will become pretty clear, isn't it? 4 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0013. Shit, Nina, that fucktard is here as well. 5 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027 to 4. Read the rule in 1, KKTHX. 6 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0159. ID 0000. Huh? It's my first time to see the admin's ID. 7 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. Is the admin going to participate in the thread as well? 8 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077. He does know the identities of everyone. 9 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0159. By the way, how many are participating here? 10 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. At present it's 5. Excluding the admin, I'd say. 11 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. If the rules in 1 are true, at least one more person should be with us. 12 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077. You mean Saburo-san? 13 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Though it's also possible that he's refused to join Lamau. 14 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. Admin, is it okay for me to make a suggestion? Going by the nature of this forum, lurkers aren't really desirable. At the very least, we'd like to know who's participating here. Would it be alright for me to ask for an announcement of the participants or some other countermeasure? 15 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0000 to 14. I agree. Any ID that hasn't posted anything within 24 hours from now will be booted out of the forum. 16 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. A demand totally fitting you. 7 Raffle. Good job on keeping public order so lol. 17 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007 to 15. Thank you for accepting my request. 17 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. I'm looking forward to seeing how many are going to join us. 18 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Don't you mean can join us Raffle? 19 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0536. With me, it's definitely more than 6 people, I'd say. 20 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. 21 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0159. 22 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077. Welcome Saburo-san. 23 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Sati, Ikoku, grits on your wedding Lamau. 24 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. Let's postpone the happy chatting for 24 hours. 25 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0801. Nice to meet you. 26 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. 27 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Boobs Raffle 1. 28 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. Get fucking lost, Nina. 29 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Let's desist from insulting and slandering each other, KKTHX. Let's stick to the rules, okay? Lolol. 30 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077 to 25. Nice to meet you. Have you been reading the Upper Class Demon King Lounge? 31 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0801. Yes, as lurker though. 32 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0077. Then you know about our naming convention? 33 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. Rather, the admin has granted you that ID for a reason, right? Raffle. 34 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0801. What do you mean? 35 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0027. To 34. Your name's set to be Yui Raffle Mao. Congratulations. Mao. 36 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0007. To 34. Yoi-san, you must be surprised by the sudden development, right? In fact, the number of Demon Kings qualifying as Upper Class Demon King is low, limiting those posting in the thread. That's why we followed Nina's ID 0027's suggestion to use temporary nicks. 37 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0013. I'm Sati. 38 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID, 0159. Ikoku. Pleased to make your acquaintance. 39 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0077. I'm Nana. Best regards. 40 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0536. I'm Saburo, the newest member among everyone. 41 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0007. I'm 7. Should we meet in the real world, we will kill each other, but here, please do as you see fit. 42 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0027. I'm Nina Roffle, the godparent of these guys lol. 43 Nameless Upper Class Demon King ID 0801. I'm Yoi. Please treat me well. Thus a new Demon King has unexpectedly joined the forum. I abstain from posting anything else for 24 hours, which also serves as a countermeasure against lurkers. Chapter 189. A little bit more until the level up. After logging out of Laplace, I start organizing my future schedule. I'll leave the infrastructure to Mrs. Tamura and Suzuki. I doubt it'll be much of a problem as long as I grant their requests with item creation while checking the situation every once in a while. Currently we haven't challenged any formidable enemies, so it's also no problem to let the invasions run their usual course. A little bit of time will be necessary until we'll be able to see the outcome from the defense strategy I spoke about with Yatro and Cannon a while back. I decide to summarize the medium-term goals. First, it's a big event that was set to happen from the very start. The war against the humans of Kainzawa. At the moment I'm watching as a bystander since the humans are resisting the prefecture's South Demon King Kaoru. But if I intend to expand my domain, they'll likely be the first barrier I must overcome. The number of humans living in Kainzawa's south and Hokuzen City is big. Moreover, since they've been repeatedly fighting against Kaoru, many of the humans over there have high levels. I doubt that we'd lose if we challenge them to an all-out war, but the restriction on how many subordinates can leave the domain will definitely become a bottleneck. Two countermeasures exist. First, counter numbers with numbers. Steadily increasing the number of bloodkin will result in an increase of the number of subordinates capable of leaving my domain. Second, nurture individuals who overwhelm numbers. It's a plan centered around leveling the former Demon Kings, who have a high potential. As for the latter, there's also a method to boost individual strength explosively, namely, my own leveling. My current level is 18. I've saved up 47 BP. In short, if I gain one more level, it'll allow me to raise creation or alchemy to A. If I go with creation, the subordinates I can create will become stronger, raising my combat forces significantly. If I go with alchemy, it'll be possible for me to grant even stronger items to my subordinates, raising the individual combat power significantly. Creation or alchemy, I'm still unable to make up my mind on which to choose. However, I think I should raise either before I start war against Kainzawa's humans. It'll require too much time to level up by just defeating the enemies invading my sectors. I guess I'll go level a bit. Section. Having made my decision, it's necessary to narrow down the destinations where I could go to level. I summon Kay to my room. My lord, please scout the following domains while spreading the flyers. I inform Kate of several domains I've marked as potential targets in advance. Far. Time limit 1 week. Okay. Kate nods slightly, and sinks back into the shadows. The domains I set Kate on are all located in the Toyama Prefecture. I've got no other choice but to go there since Kainzawa doesn't have any domains that could be used for farming. The requirements I told Kate are: it must absolutely be a dungeon-type domain, and the domain should be ruled by a fairy demon king with a reasonably high level. The reason for me choosing a fairy demon king is the experience point efficiency. Fairies cost little CP to create, with goblins being the first on that list. Because of that trait, they tend to heavily rely on numbers in defense. Ideally it'd be the domain of a demon king with a low rank in alchemy. Considering the leveling efficiency, a demon king with high body or mana is out of the question. If the rank of alchemy is high, the experience points won't go up in proportion to the offensive and defensive abilities of the enemies I'd need to kill. The best will be a demon king specialized on creation. If the rank of the monsters is high, The same will apply to the experience points for killing them. What I ought to decide next is the lineup of members who are going to accompany me. I have two choices, joining Rena's team or Chloe's team. If I join Chloe's team, Chloe and the others will likely rejoice. However, it'll lack fun. As I'm at it anyway, I want to also watch how Kotetsu works as a new subordinate addition. Since it's a great opportunity, I'll take Canon with me as well. I'd like her to reach knowledge A as quickly as possible. That means the team accompanying me is set. Not knowing what to do with my free time, I begin to create the cattle requested by Mrs. Tamura section. On the next day, I open their upper-class Demon King Lounge. Since the 24 hours period imposed by the administrator has passed, 50 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0007. It looks like we've got 7 participants. 51 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. Aika hasn't joined despite having been so active in the old thread Ruffle 2. 52 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0013. In addition, Gora and Sei have dropped out as well. 53 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. It makes you wonder whether they actually had the qualification to participate in the previous thread Mao. 53 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0007. The requirement for joining the previous thread was to have more than 50 sectors. Since it has doubled to 100 now, it's possible that they don't meet the conditions anymore. 54 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0077. Or being one of their 13 evil stars. 55 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0801. What are we going to talk about in this thread? 56 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0159. Trivial stuff. 57 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. Yep, pretty much trivial stuff lol. 58 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0077. It's gonna be trivial chatting. 59 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0007. Additionally, it will be okay to talk about the worries distinctive of upper-class Demon Kings. 60 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. Though it's unclear whether you can trust the answers you get Raffle. 61 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0536. Having said that, if the selection standards written into one are really true, then it'd mean that all Demon Kings in here have either more than 100 sectors or are 13 evil stars. Stupid lies will get exposed right away. 62 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0027. Saburo is immediately acting like a senpai lol. All hail there, 13 evil stars, Sama Raffle. 63 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0536. The number of Demon Kings possessing more than 100 sectors besides their 13 evil stars is limited. Or rather, there's less than 6 of them. In other words, there's other 13 evil stars besides me in here. Just fess up and reveal your identities. I glare at the smartphone's display while feeling somewhat irked. 64 nameless upper-class Demon King ID 0007. It might be okay to divulge each other's identities if compelled by necessity. Well then, once again, I'm looking forward to spend my time with you, upper-class Demon Kings. Afterwards, the thread only centers around silly chit-chat. Chapter 190 Side Story, Daily Life of the Defense Members. Ise Oidono. Is your spear also thirsting for blood on this fine night? No need to ask. Each time I slay a foolish human, they become Shinsama's power. Therefore I'm going to offer all humans to Shinsama as nourishment. My friend who is protecting the domain with me, Ise Oidono, is fond of the deep crimson I poured into his glass. However, Subaru Dono, I must say, this beverage, tomato juice, is truly magnificent. A noble vampire such as myself wishes to indulge in red wine, but unfortunately you won't find any such within the domain. As a last resort, I replaced the wine with the juice wrung out of the tomatoes grown by the humans Shinsama captured. Ring. A phone call? Yatro Dono's name is displayed on the smartphone. Sabru here. Do you require my strength somewhere? Most of the tasks I receive from Yatoro Dono revolve around defense battles. Subaru. Is Izayoi with you as well? Indeed. Izayoi Dono is waiting on standby with me. So, which sector does require our help? That's not it. This time it's something else. I'm sorry, but could you come to my room together with Izayoi? As you wish. After I finish my call, Izayoi Dono asks me, was it Yatoro Dono? Yep. Where are we supposed to go? It seems to be a different matter this time. Different matter? Quite so. For the time being, we're supposed to visit Yatoro Dono's room. Izayoi Dono and I head to the transfer array that would bring us closest to Yatoro Dono's room. Section. Sorry for calling you all of a sudden. Once Izayoi Dono and I enter Yatoro Dono's room, he greets us with a gentle, old man smile. Don't mind it. What kind of business do you have with us? I wanted to introduce a new comrade to you. A new comrade? Rather than calling him your comrade, it'd be more correct to call him your pupil, I suppose. Shin asked me to raise him. Shin-sama did? Yeah. Come on, Satanta. Say hello to them. The child standing next to Yatoro Dono raises its hand with an innocent smile. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Satanta. I see. This child is going to be my pupil, huh? That's Shin-sama for you. His eyes are discerning enough to see through my hidden ability. My coaching skill, as expected. Even if I want to hide my charisma, it's still bound to fail. This child is an SSR subordinate. Shin-sama is also expecting a lot from his future SSR. If I remember correctly, Kei-chan is also an SSR. In short, he's a very rare subordinate procured through random creation. For me to be allowed to take care of such a precious subordinate, well then, I'm going to entrust you with Satanta's training. Izayoi. As long as it's Shin-sama's order, this humble servant shall bet his life to raise that person into a strong veteran fighter. Yatoro Dono pushes Satanta's back towards Izayoi Dono. Meanwhile Izayoi Dono has placed a hand on his chest and is looking up to the ceiling with an expression overflowing with deep emotions. What's wrong? Yatoro Dono is confused by my soul's scream. Yatoro Dono. Have you grown senile? How rude. To my ears it sounded as if you said that Izayoi Dono would become the boy's teacher. You didn't mishear. Izayoi will be in charge of Satanta's training. Why? Why is that so? You see, Satanta's favorite weapon seems to be the spear. This is why, old men. You're becoming quite rude. Are you saying that you've forgotten my strongest weapon type? Spears and rapiers both rely on thrusting attacks. I draw my beloved sword, the mithril rapier of the Abysmal Hollow, and adopt a thrusting stance. Don't swing your weapon in my room. No, I won't stop until I get you to tell me a reason I can accept. I exhibit my splendid thrusting skills, all for the sake of making Yatoro Dono realize my exquisite ability. It's Shin. Shin has ordered me to leave the training to Izayoi! Shin-sama's order? I recall Shin-sama's somewhat awkward manner of expressing his love. The heat of his fire lances with my whole body. Yatoro Dono. Haven't you simply misunderstood what Shin-sama said? Of course not. If you wish, you're free to directly check with Shin. Checking this with Shin-sama? Huh? If what Yatoro Dono says is true, Shin-sama's hot love will probably scorch my body. Gunanu. I grit my teeth. Oh well, so be it. You will both train Satanta. Even Shin won't be able to complain about this much leeway, right? Truly? Truly. It's true. That's why, put your sword away. At once. I sheathe my beloved sword, and shift my eyes to my new pupil. Boy, our training is going to be strict. We shall raise you to the strongest subordinate. Okay, I'm looking forward to working with you. Absolutely no hesitation even after receiving Izayoi Dono's and mine gazes. Huh? He must be an outstanding talent. Listen up you two. You will teach him to stay safe first and foremost. Leave it to us. Let's go then. You are Shin-sama's property. Death won't be permitted. Got it? Okay. Izayoi Dono and I take Satanta with us, leaving Yatoro Dono's room. Satanta, ready your spear. We're not going to kill enemies? Satanta pouts unhappily after hearing Izayoi Dono's instruction. Get ready. When Izayoi Dono adds bloodthirst to his words, Satanta's body trembles with a start, and he sets up his spear. Come at me with the intent to kill. That's fine. It won't be my fault if you regret it later. Wind chase. With an innocent smile on his face, Satanta charges at Oidono while his body is clad in wind. Flash thrust. Even though Satanta fires off a high-speed thrust, Oidono only comments, naive, and blows Satanta away with one sweep of his spear handle. I'm far from doon. Satanta gets up right away, charges at Oidono once more, and unleashes one thrust after the other. I admit that you are fast, but your thrusts lack power. While Oidono continues to parry Satanta's attacks, he blows Satanta back with his spear. Even though Satanta keeps charging afterwards as well, he only gets blown away over and over again, unable to damage Oidono at all. I see. It is still unrefined as a technique, but low-leveled humans should pose no threat, I think. Oidono broods while looking down on Satanta, who's laying sprawled on the ground. Going by my own analysis, Satanta possesses the same strength as a C-rank monster. He's more powerful than a newly created Dampier, but he won't be able to win against the invasion team's Bloodkin. Subrudono. MMH? What do you think, Subrudono? Oidono asks me. What do I think? About what? Let's use my secret Shurikill technique here, giving a suitable, non-committal confirmation. I agree with you. Would you be able to ask Yatoro Dono if there aren't any reasonably weak invaders around then? Reasonably weak invaders? As opponents for Satanta. Oh yeah, that was it. Finally getting an idea of what Oidono has been talking about, I call Yatoro Dono. After learning that reasonable invaders are proceeding through the 7th sector, we decide to head over. The enemy's number 12. Satanta, you remember the order in which to kill them? I just need to start killing them from the weak-looking ones in the back, right? To be precise, the weak-looking humans holding wands. Okay. For some reason, Oidono acts very helpful. A major reason might be the order from Shinsama, but he explains things quite carefully to Satanta. At this rate, Oidono might monopolize the teacher position. Satanta, your movements are too straightforward. Anyone can immediately tell that you're simply moving in a straight line, even if you do have speed. If you move left and right, you will be able to spice up your tempo. If you do this, you will be able to reach even further heights in skill. I inform Satanta of his flaws, which I have felt from the earlier practice bouts between Oidono and him. I don't quite understand such complicated stuff. Then you might as well focus on copying me. Okay Satanta, what Subrudono says is reasonable. Did you understand? Yes. Gunanu, he disapproves of my opinion while readily agrees with Oidono. This is bad. A really bad situation. I have to come up with measures to sustain my dignity as his teacher. Found them. I'm off. Wind chase. As soon as he spots the invaders, Satanta clads himself in wind and rushes off. Wait Satanta. Not having expected Satanta to charge all of a sudden, Oidono loses his usual calm, revealing a rare moment of panic. See child? Enemy. Hello. And bye-bye. Flash thrust. Satanta very swiftly thrusts his spear at the wand-holding female invader. It's the enemy. Demon King. The Demon King has come attacking. Kill him. Surround him. Even while falling in panic because of Satanta's sudden appearance, whom the invaders misidentified as Demon King, they move to fence him in. The precious subordinate entrusted to us by Shinsama, Subrudono. On it, Oidono and I begin attacking the invaders, slaying them one by one. Mind darkness, pierce through everything. Dark lance. I stab a human, who's shown me his back in order to surround Satanta, with a spear of darkness. Dark night tempest. The storm of darkness unleashed by Oidono swallows the humans who've been preoccupied with Satanta. Enemy attack. Demon King. 3 Demon Kings? No, those guys are kin. Why isn't this domain a farm? Calm down. There's only 3 enemies. We can survive this. Spotting Oidono and me, the invaders succumb to fear. Survive? Ha! All your hope for survival was gone in the instant you encountered me. I shall be the one to show you true despair. You may curse your bad luck for having run into me. Fast thrust. I close the distance in an instant, and unleash a quick thrust at a nearby invader. Without knowing about our feelings, Satanta brandishes his spear with an innocent smile, attacking the enemy rearguards. Oidono keeps firing magic from behind, making sure that the invaders won't focus their attacks on Satanta. These invaders are low-leveled. Their weak opponents chosen to become Satanta's training targets. If Oidono and I went at it for real, the invaders would drop like flies. Satanta has escaped falling into a predicament, but it won't be much of a training like this, as I sigh while defeating the human in front of me. Exclamation mark. Isn't that invader over there raising his axe overhead, aiming at Satanta, who's fully absorbed with happily attacking the rearguards? Satanta. Fast thrust. I can believe that one hit by that axe would kill Satanta, but I have no idea what Shinsama will do to us if Satanta gets injured. I shorten the distance to the axe wielder with instantaneous movement, and stab my rapier at his nape. Sata. There's more than one enemy. Keep watching your surroundings. After having gallantly rescued Satanta, I scold him. Okay, not. A child that doesn't understand the nature of battle won't be allowed to stand on the battlefield. Thousand thrusts. Because Satanta's reply doesn't show the slightest hint of him reflecting on anything, I unleash a flurry of thrusts at a nearby human while full of anger. Did you understand? Yes. I'm sorry. Overwhelmed by my force, Satanta finally shows some remorse. Afterwards, I clean up the 12 invaders while cooperating with Satanta, who has apparently become depressed, and Oidono. Sorry for just now. After receiving a harsh scolding from Oidono as well, Satanta has become as docile as a little puppy. His look strongly incites a strange feeling of paternity in me. As long as you understand, I shall let you off the hook if you obey me from now on as your father. No, as your big brother. I shall think of you as my little brother as well, so I shall promise to raise you with great care. Big brother? Saburo-san, you're my big brother? Quite so. From now on you may call me Anai-chan. I've been aware of my deep, hidden wish of gaining a little sister, but for there to also have existed a wish to have a little brother. Oh, Ang-chan? Exclamation mark. Once I look at Satanta as he calls me Anai-chan with upturned eyes, I almost feel like a sealed door has been thrown open inside me. Yep, Sata. Let's aim for new, distant heights together. Okay, Anai-chan. We'll grow strong together. That's how I deepened my bonds with my new little brother, Satanta. Chapter 191. Working outside 8 days after the foundation of the Asta Empire. Within my domain, which has now become a country, things have been changing drastically. With the addition of human technology and knowledge to domain creation and item creation, the establishment of the infrastructure has been proceeding rapidly. Moreover, probably an effect of the daily announcements of the nation's foundation, humans wishing to surrender to us have started to show up, although it's limited to a small number of less than 100. Inspecting the residential areas, I can see the residents plowing the fields with expressions teeming with fulfillment. Inspecting the school, I observe how the children are studying at their desks while smiling all over their faces. As a result of the drastic improvement in the food situation, even my subordinates look somehow happy. The enemies of humanity, demon kings, their 13 evil stars, who have plunged Japan into the abyss of fear. The evaluations by society might vary, but if the humans were to see the circumstances here, they might stop the pointless fighting. If that happens, even my goal, survival, would be easy to achieve. But the humans continue invading my domain. And even if we drive the humans away, demon kings aiming to expand their domains attack. In the end, I won't be able to reach a peaceful future, unless I keep growing. Now then, I guess I'll do my best for the sake of survival. I return to my room where Rena's team and Canon are waiting for me. Sorry for the wait. I apologize as I sit down on my chair. This time I've summoned you all for the sake of an expedition. Expedition? Not Timmy. We'll skip Kanezawa and go for Komatsu, right? An expedition together with Master. Please use me as a meat shield without any reservations. The first to react upon my announcement are Takaharu, Sarah, and Hibiki. Rina, sorry for having put you through all this trouble. Don't mind it. What's that supposed to mean? Once I thank Rina for her efforts as leader, Takaharu and Sarah protest with their voices matching perfectly. Why have I been called in as well? Kanon timidly asks me. I didn't tell you? No. You didn't say anything. Kanon, you'll come with us on the expedition. Eh? Kanon is dumbstruck after hearing my reply. The objective of the upcoming expedition is leveling. The goal is for me to level up. Following that, you're leveling. Kanon. MEL level? The destination of the expedition will be a domain located in the Toyama Prefecture's Tonami City. Ignoring the shocked Kanon, I inform everyone of our destination. Tonami, land ruled by the humans, and the domains of other demon kings should be situated along the way though? Rina asks while knitting her eyebrows. We'll ignore all of these. Ignore, you say, but it ain't like the other side'll ignore us, right? Takaharu follows up with another question. It depends on the route. When I asked Kate to investigate, it became clear that we'll be able to arrive at our destination without drawing any attention, if we follow the Kurokara mountain pass. A mountain pass? Seriously? Please, anything but that. Sarah jumps up from her chair and starts to complain. Don't worry, we'll go there by car. You mean a bus, right? Still, won't moving with a bus stand out? Kotetsu asks. Ever since the cataclysm, transportation has become limited to cars. However, moving around in something big like a bus will easily draw attention, and depending on the location, we might get caught in an inspection. No bus, it'll be a hearse. A hearse? But then, our numbers are. The hearse is a small freight car for private use that's been used in Japan for a long time. Depending on the model, it can carry 6 to 10 people. Although 10 people can get in the car at maximum, the standard number for an invasion is 24. Even if we try to squeeze in as many as possible, getting 24 people, including living males, to board the car is impossible. Therefore, we'll go on the expedition with 8 people, including me, and Kanon! All of them are surprised by my announcement. 10 people can get in the car, but if you consider the space for loading our equipment and food, 8 people will be the limit. Since Kanon is tiny, she doesn't count. Is that going to be alright? Rina asks me, representing the others. The Demon King of the domain we'll be heading for has Creation B and Alchemy C. The number of sectors under their rule is 13. The depth of the sectors, the Demon King's level is 12. Going by the fact that no one has seen the Demon King yet, I assume that their rank in body and mana is rather low. Okay, so who's gonna be those 8 people? Me, Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Kane, Satanta and Kanon. What about me? The sole person, whose name I haven't called, Abel, cries out in sadness. I'd like you to stay in the domain, Abel. You'll follow Yatro's orders, and assist him in a new experiment. Yes, my lord. This expedition won't have the usurpation of sectors as a goal, therefore, there will likely be few opportunities to fight formidable enemies. In that case, the strategy will be search and destroy. We learn experience points by slaughtering small fries with overwhelming firepower. The underlying theory is unclear, but the experience gain per person goes up the fewer people fight together with you. Above all, one of the biggest reasons is that Abel's huge frame is slightly too big for a hearse. Kanon, you'll devote yourself to healing. Oh, okay. Sarah, you'll also prioritize healing over attacking. Just in case, we'll take a somewhat bigger amount of healing potions with us. But all of you, don't try the impossible. Sure thing. Please leave it to me. Roger. Okay. Certainly. After listening to the replies of my subordinates, we start moving to the domain facing the Kurokara mountain pass. Chapter 192. Working outside 2. The one driving the hearse is Hibiki. The BGM in the car is an a cappella by my subordinates, with Sarah suddenly starting to sing. Hibiki, Takaharu, and Canon have enthusiastically joined in. Sarah's singing is nice, but according to Takaharu it's an annoying way of singing, and to be honest, I've got to agree with him on this. On the other hand, the songs sung by Takaharu are all punk. He's not bad, but it's loud and tiresome. I thought that Sarah would tease him for it, but since she's unexpectedly going along with it by swinging her body, the nature of the relationship between these two remains shrouded in mystery as usual. Canon is, to put it simply, tone deaf. She sings happily, but she keeps messing up the melody. And the biggest surprise is Hibiki. What he sings are ballads I remember having heard somewhere. With the quality of his voice being pointlessly nice, everyone silently listens to his emotional singing. Rina and Kotetsu firmly refuse to participate whenever asked, whereas Satanta happily joins in on the singing with mysterious interludes. Me? There's no way for me to be brave enough to sing after Hibiki's performance, and thus I've completely rejected any participation. After 2 hours of being shaken around in the car so harmoniously that you'd never expect us to be headed for a domain, we arrive at our destination. Section. Isn't that, like, way too fast? I still haven't had my fill of singing, as if anyone gives a shit. Sarah pouts unhappily once we get out of the car, but Takaharu deals with her easily. What about the strategy? Rina asks me. According to Kate's information, this domain is the type that overwhelms invaders with numbers. First, Sarah and I will launch our spells, then we'll meet the enemy rushing at us while forming a semicircular formation. Meeting the enemy means, Sita, don't rush out. Kill the enemies without breaking formation. Satanta voices his dissatisfaction over my strategy, but seemingly used to it. Rina quickly chides him. Sata boy, want to have a contest who's going to kill more enemies with me? If you go out too far, you'll get minus points. Oh, nice idea. I'm gonna join that contests well, taking on Gramps and Big Bro. I won't lose. I'm not sure what kind of points they're talking about, but Kotetsu motivates Satanta as he's familiar with his wiles, and Takaharu joins in as well. Kane, you focus on protecting Sarah, as you command. I shall protect her with my life. Kaya, I'm totally being cherished here. Sarah kicks up a fuss with a shrill voice. Canon, you stay at the end of the line. Devote yourself to healing behind Sarah. Oh, okay. Afterwards I instruct everyone on the strategy as if getting a final review, expressing our strategy this time with an illustration. It'd be something like this: Hibiki, Kotetsu, Rina, Shin, Satanta, Takaharu, Sarah, Kane. Canon. Exit. My role is to stay in the center. While ascertaining the overall situation, I'll assist with my spear or magic. Are you guys ready? After confirming that all my subordinates have nodded, we invade the domain. Section. As soon as we step into the domain, whoa, Takaharu mutters. Yep, they're here. Hordes of goblins and pixies. Sarah. A dark night tempest. Firestorm. The raging gale of darkness swallows heaps of goblins and pixies, followed by a devastating storm of fire. Get into formation. Responding to my instruction, my subordinates start to move to the place we've decided on in advance. I shall accept all of your attacks, all living beings. Wait. I restrain Hibiki, who's about to undress. We'll wait until the enemy moves. Until then, we'll launch ranged attacks from here. Dark Night Tempest. As the second storm of darkness swallows up a horde of enemies. Thunderstorm. The enemies get numbed by Sarah's storm of purple lightning. Skyblade. The pixies get chopped up by the invisible blades unleashed by Kotetsu. Windstorm. The enemies get wrapped up in a furious gale sent forth by Satanta. My turn. Earth Javelin. The enemies get skewered by earthen spears thrusting out of the ground upon Canon swinging her wand. Ha ha ha, take a good look, it's a debut in our country. Spirit Ball. And pixies get shot by a cluster of ki released out of Takaharu's fists alongside a loud laughter. Pew 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 pew. Like totally shabby for such a big talk. Shut your trap. My strength lies in close combat, as Sarah ridicules the effect of the Spirit Ball. What should I do? Hibiki undresses for some reason. Why? Everyone's feelings take form as words, assailing Hibiki. Oops, the enemy is coming. Hibiki, gain. I shall accept all of your attacks, All living beings become intoxicated by my body. By perfect body. Fire shield. Kane blocks the spells fired by pixies at Hibiki, who's shining in his get-up of only wearing pants and bunny ears, with a magic barrier. Haha, it's an all-you-can-slay. Kotetsu. Sata. The game's on. Gladly. I won't lose. Would you allow me to join as well? Kotetsu and Satanta respond to Takaharu, who cracks his knuckles with a ferocious smile. Having no means to attack from a distance like Hibiki, Rina has a silent flame of fury burn within her after having stood around all the time. Takaharu mows down an approaching group of goblins with his fists. Kotetsu chops them up with his katana, Rina with her sword, and Satanta's spear stabs them to death. Spotting a chance as I stand in the back, I thrust my spear at a goblin advancing on Hibiki. Overlooking the hole, Saren unleashes various offensive spells while also keeping healing in mind. Depending on the situation, Kane deploys his magic barrier, assisting Hibiki. Cannon is all flustered, but she still manages to cast healing on her allies. It's going well. Originally this is a domain repelling human invaders with overwhelming numbers, but for me, who intends to level, it's the perfect farm. If I should mention one thing that bothers me, it'd be Hibiki's fur mass that keeps entering my sight, even though I hate it, because of our formation. For some odd reason, the round tail attached to Hibiki's ass, which is now covered by a deep crimson tea-back, shakes around in tune with Hibiki's movements. Moreover, while skillfully dodging the enemy attacks, he looks my way when he finds a chance to do so, and immediately after I wonder whether his face is blushing somewhat. He adopts a triumphant pose. But, is that pose some kind of hate skill? As Hibiki takes his pose as if ridiculing the goblins, one of them goes into a fit of anger and swings down its axe at Hibiki. However, as if having predicted its move, Hibiki splendidly evades the axe by swaying, and looks at me once more. It was already tough on my mind when looking at him through the smartphone, but the impact, no, the discomfort when watching him live is boosted several-fold. No good. Focus. I need to concentrate. The pants-only pervert bunny in front of me isn't the enemy. I single-mindedly thrust my spear, enhancing my concentration ability so that I only focus on the goblins. Chapter 193. Working outside. 10 minutes have passed since the beginning of the battle. I think we've killed quite a lot of enemies by now, but their numbers don't seem to dwindle at all. And to be honest here, the pixie magic is a damn pain. I check the situation of my subordinates, watching them once more. Kotetsu and Rina are truly strong. Kotetsu wards off the axe of a goblin by dexterously swinging his katana, slaying the goblin in the next moment. Rina repels an axe swung down at her and immediately cuts down the attacking goblin in one fluent motion. Putting aside his visual impact, Hibiki's evasion abilities are top-notch as always. He dodges the enemy attacks with the least amount of movements. And whenever he's too late in dodging, he fends off the attacks by skillfully blocking them with his gloves, blows the enemies away with his pointlessly long legs so as to not fall in a predicament, or drives in a counter if he spots an opportunity to do so. Takaharu and Satanta are battle maniacs. Both mow down their enemies, with Takaharu having a ferocious smile on his lips that would make anyone flinch, and Satanta smiling in pure bliss over the fun he's having. If things continue in such a manner, this should work. Hibiki, draw the enemy's hate towards you. I shall accept all of your attacks. All living beings become intoxicated by my body. By perfect body. Hibiki adopts a pose that emphasizes his triceps by turning sideways and crossing his arms in the back, going for a side triceps posture to draw the enemy aggro to himself. Takaharu, Satanta circle around to the enemy's back, and slaughter those pesky bugs. Sure thing. Okay. See, calling them pesky bugs is awful. Takaharu and Satanta, both who possess high levels of agility, gleefully rush to the front, launching attacks against the pixies. Kane, fill Satanta's position. As you command. I have Kane close the gap in our formation, and move myself to fill in for Takaharu. The weapons used by the goblins here are all axes, probably because they've been overwhelming the invaders with numbers so far. Their individual abilities are rather low. I capitalize on the advantage of my spear, its reach, and deliver thrusts at the approaching goblins, thwarting them from getting close. Just when several goblins approach me at the same time, probably by coincidence, early summer rain thrust, I consign all of them to oblivion with a flurry of high-speed thrusts! Shinaki. Be careful. Okay. A fire lance fired by Sarah stabs the head of a goblin who has leapt upon me after discovering a small gap in my defense right after unleashing early summer rain thrust. Thanks, you were a big help. No prob. Sarah smiles happily in response to my thanks. A fairy demon king requires 3 CP to create a goblin. If you add equipment to that, 1 unit costs around 30 CP, I think. The demon king of this domain is level 12, and rules over 13 sectors. Since their maximum CP will be 2,400 with that, they're recovering 40 CP per minute. The enemy forces are definitely decreasing, but I think the enemy still has a lot of leeway. I chuckle as I watch the infinite spawn-like event taking place in front of me. Section 1 hour after the battle started. Since we're regularly cleaning up the pixies in the rear, the only enemies approaching us are goblins. Our side's condition is perfect as we're also drinking potions with an effect to recover from exhaustion every 30 minutes. The question is which is going to run out first, the enemy's reinforcements or our supply on potions, but whatever it might be, at this point you can already call this whole expedition a success when it comes to leveling. A defense relying only on low-cost goblins is unreasonable, I'd say. Sure, the impact of numbers is amazing, and humans invading this place without knowing anything might get overwhelmed when confronted with a carpet of enemies spreading out in front of their eyes. However, if you know about this in advance, it turns the place into nothing but a simple farm. As I snicker to myself while feeling how my experience actually grows. A single arrow gleaming in silver comes flying at me. A silver arrow? Until now, the enemy has used a strategy of axe-wielding goblins dominating the front line with their numbers while pixies provided cover fire with offensive magic from behind. But has the enemy's lineup changed? A group of high goblins, a superior goblin species with a glossier skin than ordinary goblins, appears from deeper down the floor. At the end of their line, I can also spot a goblin general, a goblin so huge that it can be mistaken for an ogre. You bastards! To which demon king do you belong? The goblin general roars with a threateningly low voice. I wonder about this every time, but is Blue's tone of voice going to change as well if he evolves into a goblin general? Or is he going to tell me that he's hungry with that figure? As I ponder about silly stuff, the eyes of my subordinates gather on me. If Chloe and the others were here, they'd likely blurt out my name full of pride. But this time my party consists mostly of former humans and demon kings. Such stupid members are in. I'm she. Shut up, Satanta. I closed Satanta's mouth forcibly as he was about to truthfully answer the question during the brief moment of me feeling relieved. And name, huh? What should I do? We are the subordinates of Demon King Saburo, who's come to invade this land from the distant Mirage City Yuazu. 1. After pondering it over, I use the alias I've grown accustomed to from Laplace while adding Mirage to it for the sake of playing down Satanta's word. 2. Saburo? Like no way. It's Saburo, not Saburo. Seriously, totally confusing. I stress the proper pronunciation to Sarah, who complains from behind. A demon king of Yuazu. Saburo, you say? You don't know our master's name? I rebuke the goblin general, who looks confused. My chief is saying that they don't know any such demon king either. Well, whatever. Die. With the goblin general swinging down his silver battle axe as a signal, the enemy launches its attack. Gain. Deploy a wind barrier to block the arrows. At your command. Windshield. The wind barrier blows the downpour of arrows away in all kinds of directions. Hibiki. Yes, master. I shall accept all of your attacks. All living beings become intoxicated by my perfect body. The enemy's aggro is drawn towards the glowing Hibiki. Sarah. A firestorm. Dark night tempest. The raging storm of fire and darkness infringes upon the group of goblins, Kotetsu slays a goblin who has reached our location while having become all tattered. The axes held by the enemies waiting in the rear are all silver axes. After having joined the battle by stabbing with my spear, I now shift to attacking with magic from behind. Teach them the dread of Demon King Saburo, and slaughter all of them. Sure. Affirmative. Roger. I don't quite get what's the deal, but sure, why not? My subordinates defending our front line brandish their weapons at the swarming enemies in response to my instruction. I continue firing my spells while regularly drinking some mana water. Section 3 hours later. At long last, the supply of fresh enemy reinforcements has ceased, and the number of enemies has obviously decreased. While Takaharu and Satanta have kept the goblin general, the last enemy remaining, busy, Kotetsu slays it after joining their battle upon my order. I check the countless corpses of pixies and goblins strewn all over the ground, and the path leading further into the floor. What are we going to do? Rina requests further instructions from me. New enemies will show up if we proceed deeper into the sector, I guess. But, after brooding about it for a short while, I prioritize our safety, choosing to retreat. We've finished our business here. Retreat. Please wait a moment. Canon raises her voice just when I'm about to turn on my heels. What's wrong? Akira-chan has asked us to gather crafting materials. Crafting materials? Yes, it looks like some monster parts can be used in smithing. Which ones in specific? The horns of the goblins, and the wings of the pixies. So they did have some usable materials. Huh? The number of goblin corpses is too big. We'll retreat after just gathering the wings of the pixies, and the horns of the high goblins and the goblin general. Afterwards, we dismantle the corpses. While feeling a much bigger mental strain than during battle, we wrap up the looting, and then leave the domain. Chapter 194 Creation and Alchemy 1. After withdrawing from the domain, we take a break inside the house for a while. You're still good to keep going, right? We're not going back. When I check back with my subordinates, everyone except for one person nods. Takaharu, Satanta, and Sarah are pure battle maniacs. Rina and Kotetsu aren't assertive about it, but going by how they look during combat, they don't seem to dislike battle. Hibiki doesn't matter, or rather, he's the kind of guy who will gleefully wallow in thorny thickets in the nude. And Kane is a created subordinate, so he's basically a yes man. Some among them complain about their living environment, but when it comes to battle, their feelings match to a T. They're very reliable in this regard. We'll head for the next sector. Shin-san? You're nodding while looking very satisfied. But my existence. We travel to the next sector with the complaints of canon as background music. In the end, we invade another 3 sectors of the domain belonging to the same Demon King as the first sector. The number of enemies waiting for us decreases each time. We repeat this procedure. Around the time when I felt that it should happen anytime soon now, my level went up from 18 to 19. Section FE. I'm completely wasted. My belly feels all flabby with the potions filling it. The only one not used to combat, Canon, whines around in the car on the way back to our domain. That was some good fun. But, for the next one, pick a place with slightly tougher enemies. Like, quality and numbers. Contrary to canon, Takaharu and Sarah look satisfied. It was fun, but I'm mortified. The result is what counts in a contest. Sita, put more effort into your training. Anyway, you're serious calling him the winner? For real. I also agree. Rina remonstrates the disappointed Satanta, whereas Sarah happily picks a fight with the sullen Takaharu. I've been entrusted to declare the winner in the contest over the number of slain enemies between Satanta, Takaharu, Kotetsu, and Rina. Following my intuition, I've decided their ranks to be Kotetsu in first place, Takaharu in second, Rina in third, and Satanta in fourth. To be honest, I couldn't really tell the difference between Takaharu and Rina, but Kotetsu being first and Satanta being last was pretty much set. I was worried about how to rank the two, but, since Kotetsu told me in a whisper that Takaharu was second, I went with that. Kotetsu has no wasteful movements. He kills his enemies with the minimum amount of required strength and movement. Or to give a figurative example, if an enemy has 100 horsepower, Takaharu will hit it with 1000 dmg, whereas Kotetsu will use precisely 100 dmg. I think that describes it pretty well. This world possesses messed up parameters like stats and levels, but it's not a game. One striking difference with a game world is the missing existence of HP. Therefore, it's ultimately just an example. Either way, it has allowed me to experience Kotetsu's amazing skills once more. I think I've been really lucky to obtain him as a subordinate. If Rina hadn't become my subordinate, Kotetsu likely wouldn't have either. It's a coincidence that Rina's first domain invasion took place in my domain. That's where she obtained her black iron sword. Coupling the weapon's performance with the original talent in swordsmanship, she became a hero. Then, because she challenged my domain, she became my subordinate. And Rina became the key for Kotetsu becoming my subordinate. As a result of this line of intermittent events, we've arrived at the present situation. While feeling how quirky fate can be, I entrust my body to the swaying car. Section. Shin-san, you've become so quiet. Are you exhausted? Halfway through the Kurakara mountain pass, while I've immersed myself in thoughts, Canon calls out to me. I've been thinking about some things on how to spend your BP. That too. I've been pondering how to use my 52 CP inside the shaking car. I can raise the 3 stats, body, creation, and alchemy to A. Considering my own style and the future strategic developments, I can immediately remove body from the list. That leaves me with a choice between creation and alchemy. Creation is a special right granted to a demon king. If I rank up creation, it'll increase the quality of the subordinates I can create, resulting in a plain boost of the Asta Empire's combat forces. Since the quality of domain creation will also rise, I can hope for a strengthening of the infrastructure, too. Even my gathering of information on demon kings I'm considering to become formidable enemies has told me that most of them ranked up creation to be as first stat. In other words, creation would be the standard choice. And there's also a reason for it to be the standard choice. It is the highest efficiency and gives one the most support. On the other hand, speaking of alchemy, it'll boost the quality of the items I can give to my subordinates if I rank it up, resulting in a simple augmentation of the Asta Empire's combat forces. At the same time, it'll possibly reinforce the infrastructure, if the various types available in item creation grow in number. Up to this point, its merits are the same as with creation, but the biggest difference would be that alchemy can be substituted with dwarf subordinates, even if they aren't demon kings. Of course you can't call it as easy as tapping stuff on the smartphone while depending on CP, but the quality of the Akira's items is exceedingly high, despite consuming time and materials. Thinking up to here overlaps with what I've considered up until yesterday. As a matter of fact, until yesterday I had planned to increase creation to A once my level went up. So, which are you going to rank up? Creation and alchemy. Canon calls out to me while I'm brooding. I could also rank up body to A, you know. A? That's not really a choice, is it? Canon is shocked by my silly reply. No, it's not. Thought so. Canon is visibly relieved when I readily confirm her question. So, which are you going to rank up then? Which would you choose as a strategist? I throw a cynical question back at her. A as strategist? Let's see. As a strategist, knowledge is no choice, just so you know. I know that. I warn Canon, whose face has slackened into a foolish grin. As a strategist, I'd recommend creation. Why? Simple is best. Creation is a special demon king only skill. A rank up of creation will directly lead to a growth of the domain. From now on, battles will very likely become so big that it won't be an exaggeration to call them wars. What decides a war are soldiers, or in short, the quality of your subordinates. Therefore I recommend you to rank up creation, which will allow you to create even higher ranking subordinates, as your strategist. I applaud Canon, who passionately argues for her view as a strategist. Thank you. Huh? This turn of events means, I congratulate Canon by clapping my hands without restraint, and Canon, who's working with me for close to 2 years now, seems to have grasped the meaning behind it. What's wrong? No. It's just when you applaud while revealing such a nasty smile, it usually means I'm wrong. That's a strategist for you. You're completely right. As expected. That means you're going to rank up alchemy? Canon asks me. Actually, I haven't completely decided yet. There are two choices, right? You mean ranking up creation or alchemy, right? No. The choice troubling me is, I frankly inform the strategist, Canon, of my worries. Chapter 195, Creation and Alchemy 2. The choice troubling me is, whether I should raise either stat right now. Hearing about my worry, Canon freezes in midair with her mouth gaping open. I believe my current choice can be labeled as a fairly huge crossroad. Should I raise creation in rank now? I'll need to wait for another 10 levels to raise alchemy to A. It's been roughly 2 years since I've become a demon king. My level has now reached 19. But how long did it take me to reach level 10? It was right after I killed Alyssa. In other words, last year around this time. So, how long would I need to reach level 29? Another year? No, my leveling speed has been dropping with each new level. Even if I were to level at a good pace, level 29 would require more than a year. In short, my current decision is going to influence my future strategies for over a year. Therefore it's indispensable to tread very carefully. Canon, what's your current level? Huh? Me? It's 48. If I gain 2 more levels, how much BP did you save? Interrupting Canon as she happily informs me of her level, I keep asking her what I need to know. Let's see. 33 BP. 33. Huh? How many levels did you gain in our last expedition? I got 3 levels. Canon replies gleefully. That sounds harsh. Canon has gained 3 levels during our last expedition. But the number of domains that can serve as farms like the last one is very limited. Moreover, once a demon king grows beyond level 10, and once a human grows beyond level 50, their leveling speed drops significantly. In other words, the road to Canon's knowledge ranking up to A, her reaching level 65, is a very long one. The choice I have to make this time is extremely monumental. It's going to influence my strategies for more than a year. Thus I want to carefully scrutinize the information after gathering as much as possible to avoid making a wrong choice. If it's information about a stats rank B, I can expect a certain level of information if I probe Canon with her knowledge B. And I can also gather some information, if I check the information on Laplace, or read up on the information available online. But a stats rank A is uncharted territory. I'm sure that some demon kings have already reached rank A in a stat. Possibly, some might even exist among the members of the upper-class Demon King Lounge. But that kind of information is kept hidden, and even if I asked them about it, I wouldn't get any answer. I mean, if I were to be asked, I definitely wouldn't tell anyone either. Therefore I've been looking forward to Canon's knowledge reaching A. But Shin-san, what do you think would be the best evolution path for me once I hit level 50? The options available to me will be the body specialized, Goblin Lord, the superior species, Titania, the mana specialized, Oberon, Dalakan, as undead, or the specialization on nature magic, Fairy. Canon asks me while cheerfully floating about without even understanding what I'm worried about right now. Goblin Lord WH? Canon is shocked by my reply, which I've randomly thrown at her since she's pissed me off. Currently our forces are lacking tanks the most. That's why I think it'd be great for you to go with, Goblin Lord, to fill that gap. But what's your take on this as strategist? Since Canon's shocked expression looks so funny, I continue teasing her. But my body is D, you see. Then maybe, Dullahan, it sounds like your durability will be quite high. If you become an undead, come to think of it, Dullahan can carry their head round, can't they? Will it be possible for just your body to go on expeditions while your head remains behind? Huh? That's scary. Are you serious? What would you do if I told you that I'm serious about this? I look straight into Canon's eyes with a serious expression. That's. I'm just joking. Isn't, Fairy, going to work fine? Messing around with Canon any further will be a waste of time. and thus I stopped teasing her. "Oh, I'm happy to hear that." "Fairy, you say? Could you tell me your reasoning?" "It sounds like the most convenient species when considering portable size." Canon is an essential subordinate with the one and only trait of having a high level of knowledge. In that case, her current size, a portable size, is important so that I can always keep her by my side. I've got no idea how she'd look after evolving into a Goblin Lord or Dalakan, but if I'm going to use her as Google-chan, then her current size feels perfect. Portable size, you say? Exclamation mark. I see. In other words, you want to always keep me by your side, right, Shin-san? Explaining it is a pain, so let's just go with that. I give a suitable confirmation to Canon's remark, who has interpreted my response rather positively for some reason. Canon, how long will you need to reach level 65? Let's see. I'll try to crunch the numbers a bit. With those words, Canon uses her own smartphone to start calculating something. The Strive Hard course or the Relaxed course? Which one show? Assume that the Aster Empire will perish before long if your knowledge doesn't reach A. So the Ultra Strive Hard course. Canon restarts her calculations while drenched in cold sweat. Assuming I take no days off and go on expeditions with the members we had with us this time, it'll take me 40 days at the least. Isn't that like us not getting any break for 40 days either? That's super exploitative. Like, no way. Sarah wedges herself into Canon's and my conversation. For the time being, I've included food and sleeping time into my calculations. A cycle of eating, sleeping and fighting. Gimme a break. I don't really mind. Satanta happily joins the conversation, whereas Sarah files her protest to Canon, who's trying her best to make it sound better than it is. Even if you use such a leveling method, it still requires 40-day, huh? Moreover, it also has the precondition that I'll be the one to deliver the killing blow against 3 demon kings. That means, it's possible for it to take more than 40 days, too. Unfortunately, the lowest time required is 40 days. 40 days at the very least, As I'm looking at the depressed Canon, I'm likewise at my wit's end. Chapter 196 Creation and Alchemy 3. Canon's knowledge needs at the very least 40 days to reach rank A. My choice whether to rank up creation or alchemy is a major crossroad that will heavily influence my future strategies. Therefore I've considered waiting for Canon's knowledge to reach A as a viable option to make doubly sure. But 40 days is simply too long. It's very possible that the war situation between the humans of Kanazawa City and Demon King Kaoru will go through some drastic changes during that time. Even as our side stagnates, the humans of Kanazawa City and Demon King Kaoru, and moreover, the Demon Kings all over the country, will continue to grow. If Demon King Kaoru wins the war against the humans of Kanazawa City, it's anticipatable that Kaoru will turn a part of the humans called heroes into subordinates, just as I had done with Kotetsu and Rina. It's also thinkable that Kaoru's level will exceed mine thanks to all the fierce battles. On the other hand, if the humans of Kanazawa liberate all of Kaoru's sectors, how many humans will have reached level 50 by then? It's possible that it'll generate a huge number of humans at the level of Rina and Kotetsu. Before either happens, it's necessary for me to confront Kaoru in a perfect condition and run reigns in Kanazawa. During the chances when both sides are exhausted, if I challenge them to an all-out war with my current forces, I might be able to gain Kanazawa City and Hokuzen City through reigns. However, that'll be the end of the line. If I get challenged by Kaoru after tiring our forces out, it's quite possible that we'll get defeated. And even if we persist and win, I don't know whether we'll be able to compete against the humans and demon kings of Toyama and Fukui next. Everyone is my enemy. All demon kings and humans are hostile towards me. For the sake of survival, I must continue to win. For the sake of survival, I must continue to grow. While regretting that I've waited too long with Canon's leveling, I dive into the sea of my thoughts once more. I spin countless stories inside my head. Who do I want to be in the future? How am I going to fight my enemies? How should I develop the Aster Empire? Enemy? Who's my enemy? All humans and demon kings. Which of them is formidable? Which of them is more difficult to fight? I have a question for all of you. Which is more difficult to fight, humans or demon kings? Can't tell. There's all sorts of demon king in humans. No, demon king means Kaoru, and humans is about those living in Kainzawa, right? Takaharu bluntly answers my question while Canon specifies who's meant by it. Let me go with Canon's words, Demon King Kaoru or the humans of Kainzawa. Which side would be tougher as enemy? Wouldn't it be the Demon King? High-level Demon Kings got lots of troops after all. Demon King, for sure. Though it'd be a different story if the humans had like 100 Ko-chans. I think it's the Demon King. It's possible for a Demon King to have humans as subordinates, but the other way around doesn't work. Yep, Demon King. The sole being who defeated me was Demon King Shinsama. It's got to be the Demon King. A reign might be troublesome, but usurping the sector of a high-level Demon King isn't just troublesome, but can also be next to impossible. I think it's the Demon King. The reign of Suzu's City Hall was difficult, but I feel like the battle against Demon King Alyssa was the hardest fight so far. Takaharu, Sarah, Rina, Subaru, Hibiki, and Canon all answer with Demon King. It should be the Demon King. There exist many humans who can't fight, but monsters incapable of fighting don't exist. Lastly, Kotetsu also opts for Demon King. So it's the Demon Kings after all, huh? I agree after listening to everyone's opinion. Though, it's not set in stone. If the majority of humans reaches level 50 in the future, the answer might change. But, at present, Demon Kings are one step ahead, considering anti-human combat. Its creation I should rank up. The majority of the anti-human battles are going to consist of large-scale battles after launching Reign. Creation probably fits the bill when it comes to the ability to deploy powerful subordinates over a vast range. What if it comes to anti-Demon King battles then? One more question. If you could raise any stat as you like, which would you choose? Body, mana. Two morons answer immediately. I'll change the question. If the choice were to be between creation and alchemy, which would you take? Or, which do you think would the other Demon Kings raise first? Shouldn't it be creation? Most of the tough domains are specialized on creation. Gotta be creation. Creation is kinda like a Demon King's special privilege. I think I'd go with creation. Creating even stronger subordinates is a shortcut towards victory. Creation. Once you learn the difference in ability between subordinates created with Creation C and Creation B, it'd be commonplace to choose Creation. I think I've also mentioned it before, but Creation is a Demon King's special ability. The rank up of Creation directly influences the growth of the domain. It's predictable that the upcoming battle will have such large scales that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them wars. What secures victory in war is the quality of soldiers, or in our case, subordinates. Therefore I suggest you to rank up Creation as your strategist, for the sake of creating subordinates with even higher ranks. All 5 former Demon Kings agree on Creation. I had also planned to increase the rank of Creation. Most of the Demon Kings who have survived so far will likely choose the path of a specialization in creation, except for those who have specialized on body and mana. Thus, it's more fun to rank up alchemy. At least that's the conclusion I've reached. If you analyze the surviving Demon Kings beyond level 10, the great majority consists of Demon Kings with creation at rank B. Some among them are muscle heads who have specialized on body or mana, but those belong to a very small minority. Around 2 years after the start of the World Salvation Project, the structure of this new world, which had been shrouded in mysteries, has gradually become clear. As a result of that clarification, many Demon Kings have noticed the superiority of creation. I mean, I had originally planned to rank up creation to A as well, once I amassed 50 BP, and at this point, I reached one possible future in my simulations. Chapter 197 Creation and Alchemy 4. What would a Demon King, capable of becoming a formidable enemy, rank up if they accumulated 50 BP? Most would choose creation. I suspect, in the near future, it might become an era of many Demon Kings having creation at rank A. Even nowadays, Demon kings with creation at rank B are everywhere I look. In that case, what will become the primary factors deciding between victory and defeat if demon kings with creation at rank A fight each other? First, their aggregate amount of CP, or in short, the numbers of their sectors. The CP amount is directly connected to the strength of their army. Second, the demon king's stats besides creation. The one with the biggest influence here will be alchemy, I suppose. If their body or mana have higher ranks, it's also possible for the demon king himself to cause havoc at the front line. Third, the quality of their subordinates. Not only the humans who became their kin or the former demon kings who surrendered, but also the created subordinates grow by gathering experience points in battle. The one with the biggest impact among these three primary factors is the quality of the subordinates, and at this point, I focused on a certain fact: who's the strongest subordinate among my own subordinates? The answer is Kotetsu. The runner-ups are Rina and Takaharu. Following them is Izaioi, albeit limited by some conditions. Then Sarah, Subaru, Hibiki, Satanta, and I call the faces of humans and former demon king to mind. Veteran subordinates such as Chloe and Layla aren't weak. They've evolved by meticulously gathering experience points, making them so strong that a newly created subordinate can't even hold a candle to them. But, compared to humans that were called heroes or sword kings, and former demon kings, their strength falls short. The strength of the subordinates I could create at creation is unknown. I'm sure they'll be stronger than the subordinates possible to be created at creation B, but if I'm asked whether they're going to be stronger than a demon king, who pursued their own strength, or humans like heroes, the World Salvation Project isn't an endeavor to rear demon kings. Its goal is to have humans and demon kings fight each other. The leading actors aren't the demon kings, but demon kings and humans. Considering this, will the subordinates which can be created with one tap on a smartphone be capable of excelling humans, even if it's at creation A? The answer is no. The World Salvation Project won't work if the potential of humans isn't higher than that of created subordinates. I'm not certain whether all humans will be able to reach such heights, but some of them should definitely be capable of doing so. Moreover, the anti-demon king battles are basically invasions of domains. Depending on the circumstances, it becomes necessary to split up one's forces by invading several sectors simultaneously, and there's also a messed up system like declaration of war. But the decisive factor is the individual power of the 24 subordinates capable of invading a sector. In that case, wouldn't it be smarter to reinforce the members of my current main force, Rina's team? There are two ways to bolster the strength of Rina's team. First, have them level up by getting them to accumulate experience through battle. Second, upgrade their gear by providing them with powerful weapons. That's why I started to believe that a rank up of alchemy, and not creation, would be the correct choice. And once my preference tilted towards alchemy, other merits also began to reveal themselves. For example, loot. If you put it in game terms, this world has a 100% drop rate. In short, you can plunder all the items of an enemy you killed. This brings up the question, what if you simply steal weapons from enemies with alchemy at rank A after ranking up creation? But are demon kings with alchemy at rank A really going to be around so conveniently? Going by my own predictions, it's possible that many demon kings with creation at rank A have started to crop up, but demon kings with alchemy at rank A aren't around so far. At this point I changed my way of thinking. It's very possible for a great number of demon kings with creation at rank A to start appearing, and at the same time a very low number of demon kings with alchemy at rank A. In other words, wouldn't it be possible to loot monsters from demon kings with creation at rank A by making them surrender or killing them? Furthermore, diplomacy. It's not said that this will actually happen, but if the famous demon kings turn their domains into countries in the future, it's possible for alternatives of coexistence other than fighting to appear: alliances, ceasefire agreements, and dependencies. It's unclear what kind of shape the diplomacy will take between demon kings, but Wouldn't a rare existence like a demon king with alchemy at rank A be able to use his items created through item creation as cards in negotiations? There won't be any need to use unique items for this either. If I raise alchemy to rank A, general-purpose items like the Mithril series, which can be created with alchemy at rank B, might exist among the items that can be created with alchemy at rank A. All right. It's set in stone. I'll rank up alchemy. I voice out the conclusion I've reached after delving into the sea of my thoughts section. Now that I'm planning to spend my BP, my finger doesn't really want to move. It's been around 1 year since I last spent some BP, and the allotment of BP is a crucial decision, heavily influencing my future strategies. After returning to my domain, I head back to my room, and call over Canon and Yatoro to have them give me a push. For those reasons I've decided to rank up alchemy. What's your take on this? I explain my decision, which took a long time to reach, to the two. I see. Diplomacy, huh? You have come up with something interesting there, Shion. Yatoro smiles while placing a hand on his jaw. Indeed, the strength of Rina, Kotetsu, and the former Demon Kings is on another level. Yep. Canon bustles around through the air in excitement. Miss Strategist, hasn't it been your recommendation for me to go with creation? Feeling unhappy with how easily they agree with my idea, I tease Canon. That's. I think I told you that I was advocating the standard approach as a strategist. I mean, there are reasons why a standard approach is seen as such. Didn't everyone else also recommend creation? In the end, Canon tries to ward off my teasing by getting angry despite having been in the wrong. Shion, don't tease Canon so much. Yatoro extends a helping hand towards Canon, who's at her wit's end. Come to think of it, I didn't ask you, did I, Yatoro? If you were in my position, which would you rank up? Creation or alchemy? That's a silly question, isn't it? Yatoro answers with an expression brimming full of confidence. A silly question, huh? So, what's your answer? Alchemy. Why? You certainly won't give me the same explanation I gave you a moment ago, right? I'm curious about Yatoro's reply that sounded like a confident declaration. Of course not, Shion. There are many advantages in ranking up creation. For example, if domain creation gets upgraded, it might become easier to defend thanks to new traps possibly becoming available. Also, it's highly likely that you'll be able to create new facilities to improve the residents' living standards. But, what would be the biggest merit in your eyes, Shion? An upgrade of subordinate creation. I'd say. Indeed, considering your personality, you leave the planting of traps to me, and although you call it a country, you entrust all the smaller matters to your subordinates. Well, that's also fine in its own right. So the biggest benefit of ranking up creation for you would be an upgrade of subordinate creation, or in other words, the ability to create subordinates with higher ranks. Yeah. In that case, it's random creation. If Lady Luck smiles upon you, you'll be able to create SSR subordinates, which will resolve that issue. Of course, Lady Luck is whimsical. It's not easy to pull a SSR. But Lady Luck always watches over us. She's testing your belief in her. In short, by offering prayers to Lady Lucky and repeatedly try. Afterwards, Yatoro kept prattling on and on about the benefits of random creation. Chapter 198, Creation and Alchemy 5. To sum it up, you two have no objections about me going with alchemy, right? Correct. However, because of that, the number of random creation runs, which has been limited to once a month so far, has to. I'll think about this matter at a later point in time. Really? Yeah, I'll take it into consideration. The possibility that I'll reject the idea as a result of those considerations is high, but it's unnecessary to mention this now. I wanted to reach the conclusion that alchemy is the correct choice through a slightly more worthwhile debate, but I can't expect any more at this point. The one making the final decision is me, anyway. I've decided to rank up alchemy. Once I rank up alchemy, we'll become very busy, okay? A higher rank of alchemy connects to a strengthening of a demon king. That means we're going to attack soon? Canon asks with a serious look. missing her usual silly tone. Demon King Kaoru's current level is 17. This is a piece of information passed on by a human of Kainzawa who has reached the deepest part of a sector. Kaoru, a devil demon king with an assumed stat configuration of body C, mana B, knowledge, creation B, and alchemy B. Granted that Kaoru's body and knowledge are stuck at the initial value of E. He's saved 32 BP. If Kaoru has obtained their special service bonus like Canon and me, his BP is at 42, but I don't know of any other demon king than Canon who has managed to get that bonus. Going by the worst case scenario, Kaoru will be able to rank up creation, mana or alchemy if he levels up twice from now on. If possible, I'd like to defeat Kaoru before that. Indeed, if things go badly, Kaoru could rank up creation, mana or alchemy to rank A after 2 more levels. So you're saying we'll attack the humans of Kainzawa from our side before Kaoru can? That's the plan. We'll need to use a certain extent of scheming, though. I nod at Yataro. Section. Yataro leaves the room in order to adjust the defenses, as if chasing after him. Kanon also leaves for the sake of doing her best with the leveling. Being left behind all by myself, I take out my smartphone to rank up alchemy. Don't get all nervous, me. It'll be okay. My decision isn't wrong. While wrapped up in a weird atmosphere of tension, I tap the alchemy entry on my phone's display. Now that I've tapped on it once, there's no way back. I barrage the screen with taps while watching my BP steadily decrease. The BP I've saved up over the period of a year vanishes in no time like a fleeting summer dream. Name, Shion. Aptitude, Chaos. Race, Demon King, Vampire Lord. LV, 19. CP, 4700. Body, B. Mana, B. C. Knowledge, E. Creation, B. Alchemy, A. NEW. BP, 2. Special abilities, Demon King, Vampire Lord. Spearmanship, B. Flash Thrust, Early Summer Rain Thrust, Crescent Moon Slash. Swordsmanship, E. Shield Mastery, E. Domain Creation. Separation, Rain. Transfer, B. Subordinate Creation, Random Creation. Item Creation, Sacred Treasure Creation, NEW. Darkness Veil, Mist Dispersion. Absorb. Coercion. Darkness Magic Enhancement. Drain. Serration. Language, Humanoids. Language, Elves. Fire Magic, Intermediate. Fireball. Fire Arrow. Fire Lance. Firestorm. Fire Blast. Water Magic, Intermediate. Water Ball. Water Heal. Water Lance. Waterstorm. Water Blast. Wind Magic, Intermediate. Wind Cutter. Wind Arrow. Wind Chase. Storm. High Pressure. Earth Magic, Intermediate. Earth Ball. Earth Shield. Earth Javelin. Earth Secure. Earth Blast. Darkness Magic, Intermediate. Dark Arrow. Dark Lance. Dark Induction. Dark Storm. Dark Night Tempest. Blood Chalice. Contract? An unfamiliar special ability has been added. Sacred Treasure Creation. Just from looking at the words displayed on the screen, my heart begins to leap. Sacred Treasure. Written as Vessel of the Gods. It's a new special ability that has been prepared as an extra addition to item creation. A special ability only available to those who have reached rank A in alchemy. My decision hasn't been wrong after all. Oops. I should get started on checking things for now. First I'll confirm the new items that can be created. On top of grasping the CP costs for items of the highest rank, I'll calculate the CP necessary to equip my leaders with the new stuff. In addition, it's necessary for me to check the CP costs for general purpose items, and then make calculations on how much CP I'll need for full sets. I'm really curious about Sacred Treasure Creation, but what I should check first is item creation. If I were to check Sacred Treasure Creation first, it'd dampen the impact of the items that can now be created with item creation. I tap on my smartphone, selecting the item creation entry. Okay, this is going to be slightly tough. First I look at the highest ranking items in the general purpose category. The best general purpose items for alchemy are items of the Mithril series. Each of the items requires 300 CP. Depending on the subordinate, you need weapons, shields, helmets, armor, gauntlets, leg protectors and so on. A full set usually costs a whopping 1800 CP. The best general purpose items for alchemy is their Orichalchem series. Each of the items requires 1500 CP. This is the same cost as my beloved spear Bulg. So a full set requires 9000 CP. The effect of gauntlets and leg protectors is low, so they're not essential, but even without these two, it's still 6000 CP. It's way too much CP to give it away to some decoy living male. Now then, the question is whether the Orichalchem series has the same performance as unique items, corresponding to its CP price. I think that's vital to test. Next I check the unique items. The unique items I can create at Alchemia amount to 84 types. The weapons, swords, two-handed swords, spears, katana, axes, two-handed axes, daggers, whips, blunt weapons, knuckles, wands, bows, throwing weapons, and a new category, guns. 15 weapon types with 3 grades each, in total 45. The protective gear, shields, armors, light armors, cloth armors, helmets, hats, gauntlets, leg protectors, and boots. 9 types with 3 grades, in total 27. The accessories, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. 4 types with 3 grades, in total 12. The CP required to create them are the same per grade, with the first costing 5000, the second 7500, and the last 10,000. In other words, just the creation of the highest graded unique items of all types requires 280,000 CP. My current maximum CP is 23,500, so I recover 2,350 CP per hour. The aggregate amount of CP I recover in one day amounts to 56,400 CP. However, I need around 5,000 CP per day as running costs for the defense and the living expenses of my residents and subordinates. If I take a slight leeway into account, I'll have 50,000 CP available per day that can be used for alchemy. I want to equip my leaders with the highest graded protective gear items, and not just weapons. Launching the memo app on my smartphone, I list all the items for each of my leaders. The highest graded items, If it costs this much with item creation, is sacred treasure creation going to apply that infamous feature of using all CP at once? In such a case, just preparing my own equipment, spear, cloth armor, boots and accessories would take 40 hours? Just when would I be finished with equipping my leaders? Just this light calculation kills my festive mood. I guess I'll check sacred treasure creation for starters. I tap on sacred treasure creation. What's displayed on the screen makes yelp while gawking in disbelief. Chapter 199 Sacred Treasures. Growth Sword, CP cost, 100. Growth Large Sword, CP cost, 100. Growth Lance, CP cost, 100. Growth Katana, CP cost, 100. Growth Axe, CP cost, 100. Growth Large Axe, CP cost, 100. Growth Knife, CP cost, 100. Growth Whip, CP cost, 100. Growth Club, CP cost, 100. Growth Knuckle, CP cost, 100. Growth Wand, CP cost, 100. Growth Bow, CP cost, 100. Growth Warquoit, CP cost, 100. Growth Burster, CP cost, 100. Beneath are listed following armor pieces and accessories: Growth Shield, Growth Armor, Growth Light Armor, Growth Cloth Armor, Growth Helmet, Growth Hat, Growth Gauntlet, Growth Leg Protector, Growth Shoes, Growth Ring, Growth Necklace, Growth Earring, and Growth Bracelet. Sacred Treasures equals Growth Series, and all them cost 100 CP. Unlike with item creation, no ranks are displayed for the weapons. Only the CP costs are listed. The unique spears I've become able to create thanks to bringing alchemy up to rank A are Bryonak, Aminu Hoko, and Vil. 1. I've often seen this broken world referencing its terminology to myths and games, be it monster names or item names. Most of them are terms I've heard somewhere, despite not having seen them with my own eyes. Therefore I had expected for the sacred treasure of the spear to be Gungna, a mythological item anyone knows. However, having my expectation betrayed, I end up dumbfounded. In this world, rank plays a huge role, but it's rather sketchy. There exist a plethora of monsters and items that widely differ in strength despite being of the same rank. How is strength measured then? The only reliable method is to run tests. For monsters it means to make them fight each other, and for items it means to actually use them. Everything other than running tests gives you very broad results, but it's not like no other method to measure strength exists. One way would be to judge strength by CP, or to put it very bluntly, the more you pay, the better the stuff you get. Going by that theory, the growth series that represents the sacred treasures would have the same performance as the silver series that helped me so much in the beginning. No, wait, that can't be, can it? Those are sacred treasures, okay? Items that can only be created by someone who has reached rank A in alchemy, right? I can recover 100 CP in less than 3 minutes. In other words, it's time to run some tests. I select Growth Lance under Sacred Treasures. Please set the owner of Growth Lance, ? When I tap the tab shown on my display, I find my name listed at the very top, followed by rows filled with the names of my bloodkin, an exclusive item that can't be used by more than one person. I tap on my own name. Ownership of Growth Lance will be set to Shion. You can only create one Growth Lance. It's impossible to change the owner until the previous owner dies. Do you wish to create Growth Lance? Yes, no. All this, and yet the system hasn't even checked back with me back when I've allotted my BP. Do I need to be careful here? I can create only one spear. The ones among my leaders capable of handling a spear are Izayoi and Sitanta. The stronger one is Izayoi. The one with the higher rarity value is Sitanta. Adding myself to the mix. There are 3 contenders for one spear. Both are important assets, but the one with the highest priority should be me. If I spend 1000 of my maximum CP, I can create a replacement for Izayoi. It's unrealistic, but I can also create another Sitanta if I spend CP on random creation like a madman. However, a replacement for myself doesn't exist anywhere in this world. Several years down the line, a demon king excelling at spearmanship or a human that could be described as a spear god might join my ranks. However, no matter how outstanding their spearmanship, they won't be able to replace me. Hence, it's unnecessary for me to worry here. If I can only create one spear as sacred treasure, it's only appropriate for me to be its owner. I resolve myself, and tap yes. Once the dazzling light converges, a shabby wood stick appears in front of my eyes. This is the Growth Lance. I gaze at the wooden stick in my hand. It's not like I'm some great weapon appraiser, but going by its appearance and touch, it's very inferior to a silver spear which costs the same amount of CP. What's this? Once I check my smartphone, I see an entry called Sacred Treasure has been added to my stat list. Name, Growth Lance. Owner, Shion. Rank, F. Special abilities, Summon. Store, a spear that grows together with its owner. Do you wish to change the name of Growth Lance? Change name. Rank F. Grows with its owner. Name change. This simple display has various descriptions I can't let pass. In short, sacred treasures are equipable items which grow. That means, a sacred treasure can eventually evolve to rank A. The unique item Bryonak is rank A. So is the strength of the Growth Lance going to surpass Bryonak in performance at some point in time? Having said that, its initial rank is F. Are there still any domains around where you can earn experience while using F-rank weapons? Wait a second. I can still equip other weapons, right? It'll be a really bad joke if I can only equip the Growth Lance now. In panic, I take out my beloved partner, Gaelbulg. The comfortable weight and a sense of security coming from it having accompanied me for a long time now give me a peace of mind as I hold Gaelbulg in my dominant hand. As a test, I do some practice swings, and use its special abilities afterwards, but no issues crop up. It looks like Growth Lance isn't the kind of cursed weapon that doesn't allow you to unequip it anymore. I lean Gay elbow against the wall. Summon Growth Lance. As soon as I activate Growth Lance's special ability, Summon, Growth Lance manifests in my empty, dominant hand. Store Growth Lance. And once I use Store, Growth Lance gets sucked into my body. These are really handy special abilities. If I were to bestow a sacred treasure to Subaru, he'd likely spend all day repeatedly summoning and storing it full of happiness. Well, there's no rapier as sacred treasure. A rapier is ultimately a sword. Therefore Subaru will never get hold of a sacred treasure. Okay, I've now grasped the nature of sacred treasures. If I'm going to rear it, it might be smart to do so as fast as possible. Next I begin to rack my brain what to do about the 27 types of sacred treasures. Chapter 200 Item Distribution. I note down the weapon types in the memo app, and add the names of the leaders, who can use the respective weapon. Behind each entry: sword, Rina, cane, Subaru, large sword, spear, Shin, Izoi, Satanta, iron, katana, Katetsu, axe, blue, two-handed axe, dagger, gate, whip, Layla, club, red, noir, rouge, able, knuckle, Takaharu, hibiki, wand, Sarah, Flora, Yataro, cannon, bow, Chloe, Dakel, Kura, throwing weapon, gun. As for armor pierces, hibiki is set for the gauntlets. As for the weapons, I can definitely set Rina, Katetsu, Takaharu, and Sarah. Also, it might be okay to regard Kate as set for dagger, too. The problem will be the subordinates created through subordinate creation. I do have an attachment to the leaders who've accompanied me for a long time now, but their rarity value is low. They're precious to me because I've raised them laboriously. But, for example, the axe. If I'm going to offer it to a demon king or human who can use it more skillfully than Blue, I'll probably find several possible candidates. With sacred treasures, I can only create one weapon per type, and they can't be transferred either. It's necessary to choose carefully. Humans and demon kings can initially choose what weapon they're going to use to some degree. Hence there might only be a few who will willingly choose a whip. Thus it might be okay to bestow the whip to Layla. However, if I give one to Layla, Chloe will ask for one as well. But there are many humans and demon kings who can use bows. It's not unlikely that I'll be able to turn an archery master into my subordinate in the future. Is it possible that unnecessary discord will be generated among my leaders if I only give sacred treasures to the former demon kings and Layla? My created subordinates are loyal, but they do have feelings as well. According to canon, Chloe and Layla are jealous of the former demon kings. If I only grant Layla a sacred treasure, it might cause friction between my created subordinates. Rina's team, the former demon king group, and Chloe's team, the created subordinate group, are only fighting together during large-scale battles. In that case, I think it'd be smarter to award sacred treasures to only Rina, Katetsu, Takaharu, and Sarah, who all belong to the same team. Assuming I'll use the cloth armor, boots, and all accessories, the light armor will go to Rina, and the rest will be put on hold. In that case, I think the large sword, axe, two-handed axe, whip, club, bow, throwing weapon, and gun will remain unassigned. Wait a second. I check the items of a certain category on my smartphone. Are there unique items for guns? Magic's Burster magic gun for 5000 CP, Fire Burster fire gun for 7500 CP, and Thunderburster lightning gun for 10,000 CP. I create the magic burster which costs the least CP. Once the dazzling light converges, a silver gun appears in front of me. How unexpectedly small. I stare at the gun laying in my hand. I've seen no bullets or anything in the list of item creation. But, can I still use this? I leave my room, and head to an empty sector to do some test shooting. Upon arrival, I point the muzzle at a bare wall, and pull the trigger. A bluish-white light bullet is shot out towards the wall. It's my first experience with a gun, but there's no recoil in particular. I don't need to reload. Is there a limit to the bullets? Turning the muzzle at the wall again, I keep pulling the trigger. After finishing my test shooting, I've discovered 3 facts. I can't barrage. It's not like I need to reload. but I need to wait 3 seconds until I can shoot the next bullet. I've got an infinite amount of bullets. Or to be precise, I can keep shooting as long as my mana doesn't run out. While firing several dozens of bullets in a row, I've noticed that I'll be assailed by the same feeling of tiredness as the one I experience after chain casting magic. Very likely this gun releases its bullets after converting my mana. Moreover, it depends on the combat style, but I can use a gun while brandishing a spear. Something like equipment restriction doesn't exist in this broken world. The only limitation is aptitude. If you stretch this argument, dual wielding is possible as well. However, I know of no humans or demon kings famous for their dual wielding. Why? Answer: it's not feasible. Even if you can hold a weapon in both hands, it's not said that you can brandish them. Above all, dual wielding can't handle many of the techniques, which can be unleashed through special abilities. Saburo has tried it several times, but he soon fell back into the habit of only attacking with the weapon in his dominant hand, and the weapon in the other hand only served as a decoration, or to be more extreme, was a burden. Just that shows how difficult it is to use weapons with both hands, making the whole endeavor unrealistic. However, what if it's just pulling the trigger of a gun? Even if the cool fighting style of firing your gun while brandishing your spear is unreasonable, it's still possible to fire the gun from a distance and wield the spear in close combat. A gun of this size won't be any hindrance since I can holster it at my waist. Therefore I'm going to set the ownership of growth burster to myself. I've made my decision about the distribution of the sacred treasures. Next up is actually testing it out. It's indispensable to test just how weak an item that was lowered to F rank is. Having said that, a domain where I can conveniently test F rank weapons! There's one. Remembering a certain domain, I call over my leaders to hand out the sacred treasures section. With that said, I'm going to give you your sacred treasures next. But, do you have any questions? I've explained my rank up to alchemy and the circumstances of the sacred treasures to the leaders I've called over: Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, and Gate. It's kinda like we're hiding the sacred treasures from Chloeaki, Leiruaki and so on. That's how it is. Sarah, you want to avoid getting into trouble because of envy as well, don't you? Well, I mean, I totally get the feeling of being jealous of my talent, but I'd like to be spared from having to deal with it, like for real. Sarah answers with a bitter expression. Shion, can I ask you something as well? Rina asks next. What is it? You're not going to give sacred treasures to Layla, Red, and the others? I'll give them unique items. Of course I plan to give you guys unique items as well, in addition to the sacred treasures. The reason? I guess there's no point in me asking. Rina mutters quietly while casting her eyes down in sadness. Are there any other questions? Okay, time to give you your sacred treasures. I proceed with the agenda in order to blow away the gloomy atmosphere, and begin to create the sacred treasures. Please set the owner of growth sword. I set Rina as the owner. Please set the owner of growth light armor. I set Rina as the owner. Please set the owner of growth katana. I set Kotetsu as the owner. Please set the owner of growth knuckle. I set Takaharu as the owner. Please set the owner of growth wand. I set Sarah as the owner. Please set the owner of growth gauntlet. I set Hibiki as the owner. Please set the owner of growth knife. I set Kate as the owner. Did everyone get one? I check the sacred treasures I've passed on to my subordinates. Chapter 201 Sacred Treasure Cultivation. Hey, what's up? Takaharu speaks up while holding white cloths, the growth knuckles in his hand. What you gave me is a sacred treasure, right? Yes. I awarded the growth knuckles to you, Takaharu. You mean those scraps of cloth? Takaharu looks at me full of distrust while pinching the precious sacred treasure between his fingers. It's not a cloth. I think it's a bandage. I see. Bandages, huh? Wait, ain't that another term for a cloth? Oh, Takuaki, it looks like you've acquired the skill to retort at yourself. Shut it. Sarah, that thing in your hand's just a wood stick as well, isn't it? Ugh. Now you've said it. You totally poked fun at a part that's taboo. Takaharu and Sarah start to quarrel. Shut up. I'll show you proof that those are sacred treasures. Say, store, and then your weapon's name. Store. Growth sword. Rena takes the initiative as an exemplary honor student, and puts my words into practice. Eh? Then she gets startled by her growth sword. A wooden sword, being suddenly sucked into her body. Next. Try saying, summon, followed by your weapon's name. Summon. Growth sword. Astonishment dyes Rena's face as she witnesses the growth sword manifesting in her dominant hand. Handy, right? I look at them triumphantly. Let's see, guess I'll give this a whirl. 2. Store. Growth knuckles. The white cloths in Takaharu's hands are sucked into his body. Summon. Growth knuckles. The pieces of cloth reappear, wrapping up Takaharu's hands. Ain't that kinda plain? Ha 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 ha. Ridiculously plain. Look at me. Look. Summon. Growth wand. Tada. A growth wand, in my hands, out of thin air. Sarah follows up on Takaharu, who feels depressed. Does Sarah like Takaharu? Is it love? Springtime of youth? Even if they're on bad terms, it's obvious on a closer look that those two are messing around, which only gives me more trouble. Shinsama, may I? What is it? This name. Growth katana. Is it okay for me to change it? I don't mind. Sacred treasures are bound to their owner. Do with it as you please. Katetsu. Okay. You have my thanks. It's definitely a surprise for Katetsu to be the one who brings up the name change first. He operates his smartphone, obviously unaccustomed to it. Summon. Syama. Having finished the configuration, Katetsu yells the new name of his growth katana. Syama. Who? So you used your own family name as its name? Right now I'm Katetsushin. So I thought about entrusting the Syama family name to this katana. Grandfather. Katetsu smiles gently while ascertaining the feel of Syama in his hand. Now then, that's all about toying around with the sacred treasures. Next up is a test run. Test run? This thing if rank F, right? I'll be fine. And the same can be said for Shin and Sarah, who can use magic. But won't it be kinda tough on Rina and Katetsu? Don't worry, I'll take you along to my spare domain. I smile at Takaharu, who's considerate of his comrades for a change. Section. We've arrived. I stand in front of our destination. The entrance to my spare domain. Ha? We've arrived. You say, but we're in Kanezawa, aren't we? Indeed. It's right next to the first sector. So there's still domains left that don't belong to you, Shin? Takaharu asks while looking flabbergasted. While feeling satisfied that I could surprise him, I continued my explanation. This domain is my trump card. Trump card? How? Rina tilts her head in confusion. What happens if you steal a true core after killing a demon king? Exclamation mark. A pseudo piece. Correct. I've left this domain alone to force a pseudo piece if I encounter a worst case scenario. Since it's completely surrounded by my sectors, the humans can't invade this place. The demon king of the domain is level 2, so he can't go outside either. It's that kind of domain we're talking about here. Come to think of it now, my decision back then has proven to be correct. If it's the former, it's possible to create it, but the latter, finding a demon king below level 2, is next to impossible nowadays. As a result of scouting this domain several times, I found out that the demon king has been mass-producing low-ranking monsters such as goblins and kobolds, as he doesn't know what to do with his free time. I see. In short, the opponents for the test will be low-ranking enemies. Katetsu nods at my explanation, showing his comprehension. There's one thing you need to be cautious of. Even if the Demon King shows up, don't kill him, no matter what. The Demon King of this domain is an endangered species in a certain sense. It's necessary to shelter him carefully. Well then, let's set out. Sure. Okay. Understood. Affirmative. Roger. Together with my subordinates, I begin the invasion of a domain with a demon king who I've been keeping as a pet. Once we step into the domain, which looks like a cave. War-uan. At once we're greeted by a big pack of watchdogs. Wolves. Sarah, refrain from using area of effect magic. Sarah's sacred treasure is weak, but Sarah's magic power is strong. If things go badly, it's possible that she'll completely wipe out all enemies with area of effect magic. Having grasped the idea behind my instruction, Sarah kills the approaching wolves one at a time with fire lances. I take out my growth gun, and pull the trigger after targeting a wolf. Yahoo! Time to rock the party. Takaharu gleefully leaps into the pack of approaching wolves, and goes ballistic like a mad dog. Rina and Katetsu also defeat the wolves with their sacred treasures that merely look like rank F wooden weapons. Ha ha ha, come, Mr. Wolf, the evil Mr. Rabbit is over here. Björn, perfect body. Hibiki pulls off a completely unnecessary beastification. He draws many wolves to himself with his surreal appearance of only wearing a deep crimson tea-back and wooden gauntlets. Kane attacks the wolves swarming around Hibiki from behind. The gun is fun, but I should cultivate my spear instead, I think. I set my target to one of the pitiable wolves crowding around the Hibiki pervert, and brandish my growth lance. The weapons are ranked F, but my subordinates and I are high level. There's no reason for this to turn into a tough fight. Thus we repeatedly slaughter the monsters one-sidedly. Chapter 202 Demon King Tomio. 3 hours after we started our sacred treasure test run in a domain of a Demon King surrounded by my sectors, the enemy lineup has changed from wolves to goblins and then kobolds. I guess the Demon King here must have been fairly bored in the last 2 years. Just the numbers of monsters are astounding. Oh? Takaharu stops his rampage at the front line, raises his hands up to his chest, and looks at them! Exclamation mark. The bandages coiled around his hands. The growth knuckles release a faint gleam. Once the light converges, iron knuckles become visible on Takaharu's hands. Ha ha ha. Nice. This rocks. Fucking awesome. Takaharu laughs heartily, and punches a kobold in front of him with his new iron knuckles. They've already evolved? That's quite fast. Next, Hibiki's growth gauntlets evolve after he's kept receiving enemy attacks. As if to follow his example, the sacred treasures of Rina and Katetsu evolve as well. Is the number of killed enemies the evolution condition, or the number of attacks? Either way, only Sarah, Kate and I haven't experienced an evolution of our sacred treasures yet. Takaharu, Rina, Katetsu, refrain from attacking. Ha? Sure. As you wish. Hearing my order, Takaharu snorts unhappily, whereas Rina and Katetsu obey. Sarah, you're allowed to use area of effect spells. Kate, up your killing speed. K, I'm on fire. Fire blast. Understood. Following my instructions, Sarah gleefully unleashes her magic while Kate increases her attack speed. Master, I am. Get hit just like that. Oh, thank you so much, Master. I leap at the front line while ignoring the agonizing pervert. Early summer rain thrust. I stab a group of goblins to death in one swoop with a flurry of quick thrusts. Crescent moon slash. Next I fire a shockwave at a pack of kobolds which is assembled in a slightly distant place. I blow away the group of goblins swarming me with a single sweep of my growth lance, and thrust the lance through the throat of a kobold. I'm on a roll. Adrenaline is pumping through my whole body. If it's monsters at the levels of goblins or kobolds, they won't hurt me even if they hit me to some extent. I keep swinging my spear with heart and soul, completely throwing any defense to the wind. Stoop? Question mark. The shout of an unfamiliar, male voice echoes through the cave. Once I turn my eyes towards him, I spot a muscular man with a trimmed hairstyle and a tank top who shoulders a battle axe. Is he the local Demon King? I turn my focus back on the prey in front of me, a goblin, and continue wielding my spear. What are you doing? I keep brandishing my spear with the man screaming as BGM. Yeah, my sacred treasure has leveled up. Sarah's cheering reaches my ears. I keep swinging my spear while feeling impatient. Going by my pace. It should happen any time now, but, exclamation mark. It's here. The wooden spear in my dominant hand casts a faint light. As the light converges, the growth lance evolves into an iron spear. Sorry for having made you wait. I call out to the tank top man after wiping the sweat off my forehead. Who are you? Who are you people? The man thrusts his battle axe at me. Introduce yourself before asking others for their names. That's basic manners, right? Don't fuck with me. You've rudely barged into my home, and slaughtered many of my dear friends. I'm going to find out the color of your blood. Huh? It's red. So, what's your name? It's Tomio. The tank top man. Tomio yells his own name. Oh, Kate's sacred treasure has also evolved. Even as I've been talking with Tomio, she's diligently continued to hunt down enemies, and now earned her just reward. Tomio, sorry for intruding. Having finished my business here, I lightly lift my hand, and retreat. The heck? What? Don't you have anything to say after you've slaughtered my free EENs? No. We got attacked, so it was legitimate self-defense, right? Objection. I've watched you ever since you started with slaying Luga. Luga? You mean a wolf? It's not just Luga either. Kiba, Ryuk. All of them, everyone. You people. Tomio glares at me with his hands trembling. If they are your precious pets, at least put a collar. They weren't my pets. They were my friends. Bah, what a major pain in the ass. I guess I'll go back. I ignore the screaming Tomio, and try to withdraw. Gigi. A single goblin starts to scream something. You heard him, didn't you? Burn also says that you've started attacking first. Ha? Gigi. As expected, you're the ones at fault here, aren't you? Tomio addresses the goblin with a goblin-like squeaking, and the goblin answers by squeaking at Tomio while frantically gesturing with its arms. You understand that guy's language? Of course I do. As if I wouldn't understand my friend's words. No. Usually you wouldn't understand goblins. You can understand them if you're someone like Canon who's raised her knowledge, but this guy is naturally talking in goblin. Every day for 2 years, Tomio has prepared himself for invaders who would never come. And, getting very bored, he's taught himself how to speak goblin, I suppose. Okay, we're going back then. I begin withdrawing while feeling by Tomio who can naturally talk in goblin. Wait, what a persistent guy. We should wait. You sure? All of us here have enough power to kill all your little friends and you with ease. You're telling us to wait while understanding that? Shut up. You guys have. Dark Night Tempest. The raging storm of darkness rips countless goblins and kobolds apart. I'll ask just one more time, okay? Is it really fine for you to tell us to wait? I showered Tomio with my bloodlust. He remains silent, quivering all over his body. We're going back. Without casting a single glance at the trembling Tomio, I leave his domain together with my subordinates. After returning to my own domain, I order Rena and the others, make sure to cultivate your sacred treasures whenever the situation allows for it, and then break up our little party. The sacred treasures have betrayed me drastically when it comes to the aspect of being immediately effective, but they're extremely interesting when it comes to their potential. Chapter 203 Nations Foundation Ceremony 1. 10 days after I reached level 19. Ever since the day I've spent every day productively by cultivating my sacred treasures to a certain extent against monsters that have been invading from Toyama and humans, testing the new items that have become available, and creating the unique items to be awarded to my leaders. It'll still take quite some time until I'll be able to give the new items to subordinates other than my top brass, but it's not like I've got an endless supply of time to prepare myself. I think it's about time to get started. What I should do first is, I summon Yataro, Mrs. Tamura, Suzuki and Canon to my room. I want to hold a ceremony, but how much time will be needed for the preparations? Ceremony, you say? It's going to be a Nations Foundation ceremony, or a celebration for the unification of the prefectures north, or maybe a booster party to raise morale for the upcoming battle against the humans of Kanezawa. Either way, it doesn't matter what you call it, I just want to hold a ceremony. Oh my? You're fond of parties, Shinsama? Having heard my answer to Yataro, Mrs. Tamura throws another question at me. There's no way I would, is there? I don't need any food or sleep, and I register as a loner by nature. In short, I'm not really suited for any kind of party. If I had to make a guess, I'd say you hate such things. Right, Shinsan? Canon inclines her head to the side in doubt. Yeah, I dislike them, but if they have a meaning, then I should do them. Correct? A meaning? The ceremony this time is going to have 3 goals. First, boosting my subordinates' motivation. Second, boosting the sense of unity among the residents of the Asta Empire. And lastly, An awarding ceremony for my leaders. The last time I held an awarding ceremony, my plans got delayed because they all got drunk, but it definitely raised the motivation of my subordinates. The next enemy are the humans ruling over the south of Kanazawa and Hokkaido City. If it comes to humans as opponents, the battle will naturally develop into an all-out war. Therefore I wanted to award the unique items in the formal setting, and not just hand them over normally. So, what's the reason you've called us? I'd like to entrust the preparations to you four, and what I'd like to know precisely is how much time you'd need for that. Yataro and Kanon manage the interior of my domain. If it comes to the residents, it's proven to be most efficient to ask Mrs. Tamura and Suzuki. Are the monsters going to join as well, Sue? I'll consult with Yataro, but it's planned for all my subordinates except those needed for the domain's defense to participate. That means it's okay for all residents to participate as well? Yes. After answering Suzuki, I also give a positive reply to Mrs. Tamura's confirmation. What about the budget? Tell me if there are any goods you need. I'll make up to 10,000 CP available for conversion. Ask Canon about the CP exchange rate for items. As there exist many items I want to create, it really hurts to spend 10,000 CP on this, but I've decided to not be stingy on the necessary expenses. Wow. How generous of you. Canon's eyes sparkle in response to my words. So, how much time are the preparations going to take? Once I confront the four with the same question again, they start to discuss amongst each other. It will delay the rise of the Asta Empire, but 3 days. If you can give us 3 days, we shall get everything ready. Mrs. Tamura answers my question as their representative. 3 days, huh? Okay, please take care of it then. I entrusted the preparations for the ceremony to the four. Section 3 days later. Shinsama, everything is ready. Mrs. Tamura visits my room to make her report. Good job. Let's start then. Together with Mrs. Tamura, I move to the 77th sector, which has been set up as the venue of the ceremony. For the sake of this very ceremony, I've used domain creation on the 77th sector. The sector itself has a size of 5 square kilometers per floor because it was acquired through a reign. The VENA freely capitalizes on that size. Currently 111,682 residents belong to the Asta Empire. In addition, there are several hundred humans who have surrendered but not become residents. While considering safety, we have moved those humans to another floor where they watch the event on a huge monitor provided by Tusk. Furthermore, approximately 50,000 subordinates have joined the ceremony, excluding those absent for defense duty and the rats who continue to breed. I climb on the stage erected in the venue, and survey the residents and subordinates spreading out in front of me like a carpet. That's quite a lot of people. A nervousness, different from the one during battle, rushes through my whole body. Right now I'm not the guy who's loved isolation before becoming a demon king. I'm a ruler reigning over more than 100,000 people. I dig up the information of how leaders hold their speeches, which I looked up on the net before coming here. From now on we're going to hold the foundation ceremony of the Astrumpile Empire. Canon, who has high loner stats just like me and whom I've sent ahead as opener, grandly fumbles her words. I sent her out first to hide my own embarrassment of stepping out in front of all those people by myself. Is not the reason, but instead it's because she can speak the languages of all residents and subordinates. Well then, Shinsan, why you're up, huh? Isn't that way fast? Going by schedule, my turn should come up a bit later. Obviously running away, Canon flies up to me, and passes me the megaphone. I brace myself and head to the center of the stage. I'm Shin of the Asta Empire. I'm deeply moved that I can celebrate the foundation of our nation together with all of my sub-friends tonight. It's been around 1 month since the unification of the prefectures north, and the welcoming of many humans as residents. Let me ask all of you residents, how do you feel about life in the Asta Empire? A cheering loud enough to make the atmosphere tremble wells up in response to my question. Thanks. Thank you. I frantically lift my hand, restraining the ovations that seem to have no end. I haven't ordered the people to cheer or anything. As far as I can tell from the looks on the residents' faces, It doesn't seem like any of them feel obligated to applause here. In other words, the residents are happy with their life in our Asta Empire, I suppose. Even though I'm confused by the sudden, unexpected cheering, I'm still relieved to see joy coloring their faces. It pleases me to see that you're satisfied with your life here. Now then, there's something important I want to tell all of you residents. Who do you have to thank for being able to lead a proper life right now? First, yourself. Those working at farming, those toiling away at factories. Many residents are doing their very best to make your life in the Asta Empire as pleasant as possible. Please keep working for the sake of the Asta Empire, for the sake of enriching your own lives. Yeek. The residents answer my speech with earth-shaking shouts. Chapter 204 Nations Foundation Ceremony 2. In addition, there are others who have rendered great services to our cause. Yatoro. Yes, my lord. Yatoro moves up next to me with a much more formal mannerism than usual. Yatoro and many other subordinates are working every day for the defense of our Asta Empire. I'd like you to take notice of that fact that our nation remains safe thanks to their outstanding courage. I won't tell everyone to take up arms, but I want you to vow that you'll assist those defending our realm with the utmost respect. I don't deserve such praise. You have my deepest gratitude. Yatoro bows deeply while the residents and the monsters applaud. Next I shall announce those who have rendered the biggest services as cornerstones of our Asta Empire's growth. The residents and monsters fall silent upon my announcement. First, the ones who built the foundation of the Asta Empire as my oldest bloodkin. Chloe, Blue. Yes, Master. Yesu. Chloe and Blue stand up and walk up to me. I shall award the A-rank bow fail nod to you, Chloe, and the A-rank one-handed Axu Convazara to you, Blue. I am humbled. Thanks you. Next, the bloodkin who contributed to the expansion of our domain. Layla, Red, Dakel, Flora, Cura, and Iron. Yes, Master. Sure thing. Yes, my lord. Okay. Yes, my lord. Certainly. The leaders approach me. I shall award the A-rank whip to God Whip to Layla, the A-rank club dagda to Red, the A-rank bow pinaka to Dakel, the A-rank one thysos to Flora, the A-rank bow pash hupar tastra to Cura, and the A-rank shield aegis to Iron. I am humbled. Thank you very much. You have my deepest gratitude. Thankies. Thank you. Thanks. Next, the protectors of our Asta Empire, Yatoro, Izaioi, and Subaru. Yes, my lord. I shall award the A-rank wand Gambantine to Yatoro, the A-rank Spiramine Nuhoko to Izaioi, and the A-rank sword Espada Opera to Subaru. We're humbled. Seemingly having talked it over in advance, the defense members simultaneously answer in a clear and crisp voice. Next, those who have greatly contributed to the unification of the prefectures North, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Gade, Satanta, Kane, and Abel. Sure. K. Yes, Master. NN. Okay. Yes, my lord. Very well. I shall award the A-rank Knuckles Dragon Annihilation Fist to Takaharu, the A-rank Wandaran's Rod to Sarah, the A-rank Knuckles Tiger Annihilation Fist to Hibiki, the A-rank Dagger Kogara Sumaru to Gade, the A-rank Spearville to Satanta, the A-rank Sword Clayum Solis to Kane, and the A-rank Shield Galahad to Abel. Nishishi, 1, 2, and thank you very much. Thank you. I've most humbly received your love, Master. Sarah must have prepared this in advance after having watched the defense members pull it off, but they aren't in tune at all. Guys, you totally suck. With a sidelong glance at the fuming Sarah, Satanta calls out to me, Shinsama. May I? What is it? If possible, I'd like to have the spear you've been using. My spear? You mean this one? I take out Gael Bulg, my beloved partner until now. Yep. I'd be fine with that spear. I don't really mind, but the spear I gave you a moment ago is higher ranked, you know? I don't care. I'm okay with the spear you have been favoring so far, Shinsama. For a created subordinate, Satantu is unusually adamant about this. My current spears are the Growth Lance and the newly created A-rank spear Bryonak. I have some attachment to Gael Bulg, but I don't plan to use it any longer. Very well, I shall award Gaelbulg to Sitanta. Gaelbulg is a precious, unique item. Since I don't intend to pass it to anyone besides Bloodkin either, I decide to yield it to Sitanta. Thank you. I'll cherish it. Sitanta happily hugs Gaelbulg while smiling innocently. Oops, we got interrupted, but I'm now going to continue the awarding ceremony. Next, the one who has rendered the biggest service in the unification of the prefectures north by moving the hearts of many residents, Kotetsu. Yes, Shinsama, I shall award the A-rank Katana Murasame to Kotetsu. I'm most humbled. But, since I already have, Syama, this is a katana awarded for your distinguished service. Accepted. Certainly. Even though Kotetsu turns it down once, I force Murasame on him. And last but not least, the one who contributed the most to the Asta Empire's growth, Rina. Yes, Rina had invaded my domain as hero at first, but she's doubtlessly the main cause why I managed to expand my domain in the early stages. I shall award the A-rank sword Levitine to Rina. I shall respectfully accept your kind reward. Rina genuflects, accepting Levitine on her two extended hands. This finishes the awarding ceremony. The main event, the awarding ceremony, comes to an end with my declaration. Clapping and cheering surges across the venue for some time. Even harsher battles might await the Asta Empire in the future, but a peaceful time can be found at the end of those hardships. My dear subordinates and residents, unite your forces and contribute to the growth of this nation as one team. Yeah, okay, let's start the feasting. Forget all hardships for now, and enjoy the food. After finishing all I had to say, I got off the stage. Section. Yeah, you going to drink, Shinaki? As if. Who allowed this idiot to drink alcohol? Ha ha ha. Who do you think? The answer is me. Once I curse after getting bugged by a drunk Sarah, Takaharu laughs out loudly without any reservation. You filthy vermin. Don't get close to Shinsama. Seeing how I'm annoyed by their attitude, Chloe immediately drives the drunkards away. Chloe? Thanks, you were a big help. It's my duty to protect you, Shinsama. Urging you to drink alcohol? How rude. Now then, Shinsama. Please feel free to suck my blood. Chloe offers me her nape with a coquettish expression. So you're drunk as well, huh? Exclamation mark. Absolutely not. I wouldn't ever indulge in something like alcohol. Now, come on, Shinsama, please take a hearty bite. Chloe, you're a disgrace. Layla runs up to us after having noticed the unusual event. Layla, huh? Give Chloe some weight, huh? Wait. Shinsama, I fully sympathize with your feelings. Come, let's go to a place where we can be alone. I won't allow anyone to do something as disgraceful as having their blood sucked in front of the public. Go and drink some water together with Chloe, I tell Layla, who seems to be as drunk as Chloe, off me. Bloody hell, don't I have any decent subordinates around me? Yeah, you're doing great. Yo, General, as expected of ya. Hibiki. CC, calm down. I hear Sarah and Takaharu's merry voices, and Rina's bashful voice in some distance. Hibiki-shin, shall release all seals tonight, revealing a perfect undressing. By-un. At this point, the perverted rabbit has already placed his hands on his last piece of clothing, the deep crimson tea-back, with his face blushing. Hibiki, put on your clothes. This is Master's new plan to make me wear clothes in front of the masses? Don't look, please don't look at me. For some reason Hibiki faints in agony while putting on his clothes. The ceremony filled with laughter continued until the next morning, even as I got dragged into various troubles by many of my heavily drunk leaders. Chapter 205 Current State of the Ishikawa Prefecture. Damn it. Who was the idiot who added booze to the ceremony? I grumble all by myself in my room after slipping away from the party. Wasn't it Tamura-sensei? Exclamation mark. My body quivers as I suddenly hear Kanon's voice. Tamura-sensei. Yes, she's working as a teacher at the school, so everyone's calling her Tamura-sensei. If she's a teacher, she shouldn't allow alcohol on an occasion. Also joined by minors. Fufafu. The alcohol has been a request by all of the leaders. Who? A request by the leaders, eh? Who specifically? I squint my eyes, piercing Canon with my gaze. That's. I guess I should explain that I've only heard about it in rumors. Answer my question precisely, without hiding anything. Also, roll up your skirt. It's been Takaharu-san, Sarah-san, Hibiki-san, Yatro-san, Katetsu-san, and Subaru. Why did you add the second order? Canon names the ringleaders while rolling up her skirt. It's a punishment for trying to hide something from me. Rather, that's all the leaders except for the created bloodkin. No? Is that really true? Leaving aside Takaharu and the others, but even Katetsu? Why yes, according to him, alcohol is the best way to deepen friendships. I'm greatly troubled after hearing Canon's reply. So why are you here, in my room, Canon? I've seen you slip out, so I tailed you. For some reason Canon proudly confesses that she stalked me. Well, whatever. After sighing deeply, I sit down on the chair in my room. So, what are you going to do after coming back here, Shin-san? As your strategist, I believe it's an important duty for a demon king to deepen his friendship with all the subordinates. Canon declares with a braggy look. I'll show my face once they've calmed down. Right now I want to think for a bit in a quiet place. Oh my. Does that mean I'm in your way too? No. It's a good opportunity. I'm just about to sort my thoughts anyway. Keep me company for a bit. Okay. Canon sits down on my shoulder while smiling happily. So what have you been thinking about? Our future strategy, I guess. In other words, the strategy against Kanazawa's humans? Well, yeah, currently Kanazawa's humans are ruling over the south of Kanazawa and Hakuzen. They're in the middle of an ebbing and increasing exchange of battles with Kaoru, who rules over the prefecture's south. Right. The humans hinder Kaoru from advancing north, and Kaoru prevents the humans from liberating domains. The last time Kanazawa's humans liberated a sector was 1 month ago, according to the net. On the other hand, Kaoru's last train was also a month ago. Oddly, the battle between Kanazawa's humans and Kaoru is in an equilibrium. At the moment, both sides try to use any gap in the defense of the other to expand their territory, but as a result the war has lulled with just a few skirmishes here and there. If either side were to throw in all their forces, a liberation of sectors or a reign by Kaoru should be possible, but the reason why it's balanced is, considering the timing, it's got to be your Aster Empire's presence. Canon finishes my words, them having limited their activities to skirmishes started 1 month ago. What happened 1 month ago? I unified the prefecture's north. Now that I achieved a unification of the prefecture's north, my next target for invasion would be Kanazawa's south. There's also the option of me doing something unexpected by invading Toyama's prefecture, but there's no merit in pulling off such a move. Provoking the humans and demon kings of Toyama would be foolish. On the other hand, I wouldn't produce any new enemies even if I were to use reign in Kanazawa. Therefore, the humans of Kanazawa and Kaoru are cautious of what I'm going to do next. In the eyes of the humans, throwing all their forces at Ka would lead to permitting my use of reign. From their standpoint, Kaoru and I are similar threats. Even if they were to liberate the Nomai district, it'd be pointless if I were to usurp Kanazawa's south in exchange. Likewise, if Kaoru used all his forces to start reigns, the humans' main force would shift to defense. Kaoru likely wouldn't be amused if I gained Kanazawa's south by using that opportunity. And, if I launch reigns in Kanazawa's south, the humans' main force would shift to defense. Moreover, I wouldn't be amused if Kaoru gained Hakuzen by using that opportunity either. As a result of these three-sided, interwoven interests, the current situation has progressed into a lull. If Kanazawa's humans or Kaoru start a flashy battle, things would become much easier. I'm sure the other parties think the very same. Figures. Having said that, if the current situation continues, we'll fall behind the demon kings of other prefectures. Yeah, the 13 evil stars are steadily expanding their domains. For this reason, I'm going to devise a plan. Fufafu. It's time for your sinister schemes, isn't it, Shin-san? Canon smiles evilly like a bad governor planning some conspiracy. So, self-edged strategist, Do you have a superb plan at hand for me? WH? Now all of a sudden you outsource it to me? You're a strategist, aren't you? Yes. You can entrust this important duty to your strategist Canon. Canon is confused for a moment, but immediately recovers and hits her chest. It isn't the first time for us to fall into a situation like this. Who? Meaning? The current situation resembles the time when we faced off against Kanto and Alyssa. Okay. And back then the intentions of three sides were jumbled together as well. And there was the possibility of a stalemate. But we magnificently got through that situation by coming up with a plan. The one coming up with the plan was me, though. Ignoring my retort, Canon continues talking in an elated manner. Kaoru's race is devil. In other words, this time we'll have Yatoro-san pretend to be Kaoru, and get him to attack the humans of Kanezawa. If we do that, the humans of Kanezawa should direct their desire for revenge at Kaoru. I'm sure. Foo. How about this? Canon looks at me with eyes full of anticipation and a bold smile. Yeah. I applaud Canon's remark in an exaggerated manner. This response means, correct, that plan is a dud. Canon slumps her shoulders in response to my merciless rejection. Chapter 206 A Burning Lance at the Mastermind. And the reason is? There are several, but to put it simply, the situation was different last time. I explained to Canon while using this as an opportunity to collect my thoughts. Situation? Not all three parties are demon kings. As humans are also in the mix this time. That's what you mean? Canon tilts her head in confusion. That's a part of it as well, but the biggest difference is the time. I'd say. Time? Yeah, when did we fight against Alyssa and Kanto? I think it was May last year. And what was the situation back then? Huh? Alyssa, Kanto, and you were the last surviving demon kings in Kanezawa. And the humans weren't that much of a threat. This time I can't really guide Canon to where I want her to be. Last time, everyone was still fumbling in the dark about how to deal with this broken world. The groups of monsters leaving domains were few, and neither the demon kings nor the humans really knew how this new world works. I see. That's why such a simple plan succeeded back then. However, nowadays, things have become a bit clearer, and information about me is going around as well. At that time, there was a preconceived notion to blame Alyssa as the perpetrator of the goblin attacks. But how would it turn out today, now that a certain extent of information is available to mankind? Moreover, the geographical circumstances are quite bad as well. Even if I had Yatoro attack the humans while leading a group of devil-type monsters, it'd be very obvious that it's my scheme if they come from the north. Even if they circle around to the south first, would it be possible for them to move stealthily without being found by the humans? Assuming they succeeded, what if Kaoru's subordinates attacked mine? It'd immediately make it apparent that it's your handiwork, Shin-san, moving south without being spotted by the humans, and not suffering any attacks by Kaoru. The difficulty to succeed under these conditions is absurdly high. Moreover, if it fails, it'll immediately expose my movements. Therefore, rejected. Okay, I see. The path for the matchless strategist Canon to be relied upon is still very long. Canon slumps her shoulders in disappointment. Matchless strategist? Rely on Canon? Who? Me? That future will never come to pass, I'm sure. So, what kind of plan did you come up with, Shin-san? Canon hurls at me as if to vent her anger after seeing me smiling wryly. Let's see. What's the current situation of the three parties? Me, Kaoru and Kanezawa's humans? A stalemate. What's the reason for the stalemate? All parties are waiting for someone to make the first move? Oh, correct. What's with the, oh, you're so rude? The vision in my head continues to take clear shape as I'm talking with Canon. In that case, we just need to move first. Eh? Isn't that just what our enemy wishes? And who's that enemy? This time it's Kaoru. The current situation isn't a stalemate between three parties. Kaoru and I are in a stalemate due to another power, the humans, standing between us. Assuming I'd move first, how would Kaoru move if I launched a rain against the humans? He'd start raining her cousin as if his life depended on it. See, that's the end of the stalemate. The stalemate will break apart if someone makes a move. However, no one moves. And that's a problem. Hence, I need to move myself. The stalemate will be undone. But in that case, we'll face the humans' main force, and using that opportunity, Kaoru will usurp Akazen with a reign. Wait, you're not going for a brute force approach here, are you? Kanon looks at me full of suspicion. A brute force approach, eh? Well, I wonder whether I'd be really able to defeat the humans and Kaoru with such a method. Going by my own assessment, it'd be possible. However, it'd cost me dearly. Now that I've ranked alchemy, the death of my leaders, carefully nurtured subordinates, would directly connect to a decline in combat power. This is something I must avoid at all costs, and assuming I were to avoid any deaths among my leaders, losing a great number of subordinates in the battle against the humans would produce a possibility of me falling behind in the battle against Kaoru, who would be waiting behind the humans. Therefore, a brute force approach is no option. What do you think? How long will the humans need to move from Kainzawa's south to Hakazen's south? In the case of humans, no one will block their path. So around 1 hour by car? What's the time required to succeed in a reign? 3 hours? Oh, I got it. The matchless strategist Kanon has come up with a plan. Kanon whirls around in the air while pointing her finger at me with a broad grin. Stop pointing your finger at me. And while we're at it, come up with your plans a bit faster if you call yourself a strategist. So, let's hear that plan of yours, matchless strategist. Okay. First we'll launch a reign against the humans. 30 points. Wow. It's just the beginning and already a lost cause? I tell Kanon, who tells me about her plan full of confidence, that it's basically no good. Launching a reign is a stupid move. But how much time is needed to start the next reign after the last 10 hours? When will we know whether Kaoru's reign has succeeded or failed? After 3 hours. Kanon's voice keeps getting weaker towards the end of her remark. What we are going to start isn't a reign, but a declaration of war. It's no exaggeration to say that only a demon king, who's just recently hit level 10, would start a reign all of a sudden. If you comprehend the conditions of reign, you'd fully understand the importance of preparing things in advance. Therefore, it's very normal to make a declaration of war before starting a reign. We will wait for Kaoru to start his reign while running a diversion on the humans. Then, once Kaoru has started his reign, we'll launch a proper reign. This is the plan of the matchless strategist Kanon. Wow. Such a triumphant look after completely ripping off my plan without the tiniest sliver of shame. Kanon's mental fortitude seems to have grown quite robust without me noticing. Kanon, can I ask you one thing? Yes? What is it? Did you drink wine? Just a tiny bit. A small lick of a taste test. How much is a tiny bit? How rude. I truly only tasted it. Afterwards I obediently drank a juice called cassis orange which Sabru provided in a rare moment of attentiveness. I see. I should roast Sabru with some fire lances later. Afterwards I forced Kanon to drink some water, and returned to the boisterous ceremony venue. Chapter 207 Punishment. I gathered my leaders after the ceremony came to an end, and thus, as explained, the battle will start in a few days. Moments ago I presented the strategy I drew up earlier. A few days? When's that? Takaharu asks quietly. Usually Takaharu would go all meathead, clamoring about heading out as soon as possible. As fast as possible would be the best. Ideally in 3 days, I'd say. 3 days, MMH? Anything wrong with that? Using these guys here's going to be somewhat tough after 3 days. Takaharu mutters after taking out his iron knuckles, the growth knuckles. HRNGH? Takaharu don't know. What are those? These are sacred. Takaharu, shut up. I wonder, does Takaharu have a bird brain or something? I'm sure I've told him to keep the sacred treasures a secret from everyone other than Rina's team. Sacred. What? It's an item Takaharu's sacred life partner, Sarah, has given him as a present. Like no W. Sarah, shut up. Takaharu and Sarah have gone a bit too far with the cutting loose during the ceremony, so I think this should be the perfect punishment for those two. DD don't tell me. She gave him brass knuckles instead of a ring. Romantic relationships are banned within the Asta Empire, aren't they? No one has courted me, so it must be like that, right? Fire Lance, I'm happy about the special treatment, but, if possible, another form would be. Subaru, shut it. After silencing the culprit of the uproar, I return to the main topic. Currently my alchemy serves as a huge advantage against Demon King Kaoru. It's indispensable for us to move quickly so as to capitalize on that advantage. Any other questions? I rattle down in one breath. Whoa, Shinaki. I didn't understand a word you said. Ignoring Sarah's bullshit, I scanned the faces of my leaders. Shinsama, I'm not going to be able to participate in the battle, but, would it be fine for me to also ask a question? Mrs. Tamura humbly raises a hand. What is it? Your power has led to the foundation of a country. The Asta Empire. Is there no room to talk it out with the humans of Kanazawa? Talk it out, Mrs. Tamura. Let me ask you in return, what are we going to talk about? That is, a peaceful way to resolve this. A peaceful way, huh? How specifically? Are we going to suggest a non-aggression pact? Mrs. Tamura falls silent with bitterness showing on her face. If you can pass it on to them so that there won't be any misunderstandings, it's not like I'd be against talking it over. Eh? Canon yelps in surprise as someone who's associated with me for a long time now. What a rude fairy. If I can get everyone to surrender through talk, I won't oppose doing so. Non-aggression treaties are a no-go since I don't see any merit in those. Mrs. Tamura is essential personnel for the growth of the Asta Empire, but she tends to be too moderate. It'd be a pain if she suggested the same thing over and over on various occasions from now on. In the first place, it's questionable whether the humans would respond to a call for a meeting from our side, right? We have named ourselves the Asta Empire. But, does mankind recognize the Asta Empire? Are they going to acknowledge its existence? I think it will be difficult for them to do so under the current circumstances. You must offer something in return for obtaining something. If you take that logic, we'd need to offer something to gain a place at the negotiation table. We'd need to concede, right? The Asta Empire is inferior to Kanazawa's humans, or, if we're equal, we should take all of this into account. What's the current situation? Are we equal? Are we inferior? Limiting it to just the military force, I think we're superior. Kotetsu answers in Mrs. Tamura's stead. Mrs. Tamura, let me ask you once more, what are we going to talk about? I am terribly sorry. Please forgive me for giving my opinion without having thought it through. Mrs. Tamura lowers her head deeply with a sad expression. It's not like I'm angry at you. Besides, we won't attack all of a sudden either. We'll first recommend surrender. That's the limit of what the current Asta Empire can do in regards to diplomacy. Can I have you understand as much? It'd be a foolish idea to have the residents think that I'm belittling Mrs. Tamura and then tell them to take part in the fight against mankind. Thus I've thrown her a lifeline to keep up appearances. Okay, allow me to apologize once more for my impertinent statement. I shall put forth even more of an effort so that the Asta Empire gets recognized as a country. Mrs. Tamura bows deeply, showing me that she's understood what I've told her just now. Fee, it'd be wonderful if things became a bit easier with this, but, Takuaki, sup? You see, is Shinaki possibly quite a plebe? Sarah, shut up. Subaru. Yes. Shinsama. Sorry for my magic going out of control earlier. Oh, out of control? Yeah, out of control. Anyway, it's not intended to serve as an apology, but I give you permission to use Drain on Sarah! Why you have my heartfelt gratitude. Way I know what. Sarah, shut up. Put in all effort to master Sarah's magic for the battle in 3 days, as you command. Subaru trembles, getting all emotional. Are you going to take Subaru off defense duty for this time's operation? No, I might borrow him depending on the situation, but his place basically remains with defense. In that case, even without him using Drain on Saraju Yataro, I won't have any leeway to use random creation. You'll need to hold back for around the year. It's necessary. Subaru absolutely needs Saraju's special abilities. Yataro amends his earlier words in panic. Everyone, Sorry, we're going to take a short break, okay? Subaru. Come. Yes. Sarah. Come. No. Sarah, shut up. I take Subaru and Sarah with me, leaving the meeting room. Subaru, I'll allow you to use drain. Understood. Sarah, you're forbidden to move until Subaru's drain finishes. No way. I'm sorry, okay? I'll apologize as much as you want. I'll do anything to get you to forgive. I'll show you the least amount of mercy, and step outside as well. Eh? Wait, for real? I leave Subaru, who's trembling in joy, and Sarah, who's trembling in fear, behind, and head back to the meeting room. No. Sarah's scream reverberates through the door separating us. After around 3 minutes, Subaru comes back to the meeting room with a glossy, sparkly face, followed by Sarah who drags her feet like a zombie. Now then, does anyone else have any questions? I survey the faces of my leaders with a smile, but it doesn't seem as though there are any questions left. Okay, the plan will be carried out in 3 days. All of you, strive to get ready in time. It was a bit chaotic at parts, but in the end the meeting finished without any problems. End of Volume 5.